if you could all please just take your seats. All right, and with that, I would like to say hello, bonjour, and welcome, bienvenue, to the third iteration of the Infectious Diseases and One Health Day Symposium, or as we like to call it, IDO Day. I'm Patrick Leonard. I'll be hosting for the first half of the day, and also welcome to everyone joining us online on YouTube. We're very happy to have all of you, and all of you in the room as well, also. So just a few points for our housekeeping. All the catering for today, all the coffee and in our little breaks will all just be in the room outside. If you require the bathroom, just follow the signs for the WC to the left and then down the stairs and to the left again. Sorry, to the right, down the stairs, to the left. And also if you have any questions, any concerns today, please just find one of the organisers with the grey lanyards and we'll happily point you in the right direction or give you any information you need. So without any further ado, I would like to give the floor to Columbine Madeleine, the Vice President for International Affairs here at the Université de Tours. Please.
Well, it's a great pleasure to welcome you today to the University of Tours. This day is actually of particular importance for our university, and this for three reasons. First, you are here despite the weather, but this is not the true reason. The first true reason is that One Health is one of our university's flagship research subject, in partnership, of course, with INRAE. Our university made the strategic choice, which paid off actually, of responding to a prestigious call for project at French level called Excellence to enable the creation of a regional interdisciplinary alliance for research and higher education in human and animal health. The aim of this alliance is to develop a strategy integrating research and higher education around three main themes. First, infectious disease. Second, mental health, and third, biomedicine. We won this call for proposal in 2023, and we were awarded 11.8 million euros over 8 years. But over and above this substantial budget, this is a great recognition for the work of our researchers and laboratories and research units. Among you, some of them are there today, and I want to thank them. And an additional mean as well to identify the University of Tours as a key player in those areas. Philippe Ronjard, the project's scientific coordinator, will give you a detailed presentation of this project at the end of this morning. Well, this was the first reason. The second reason why this day is important for our university is that it reflects the exceptional work carried out within our Erasmus Mundus One Health program. This program is built in coordination with two other universities, as you know, of course, the University of La Universidad Autónoma de Barcelona and the Hannover Medical School in Germany. This prestigious program is one of our proudest achievements in our university, and it's also part of our dynamic international relations. For example, links are currently being forged with IIT Madras, Indian partner for Tamil Nadu, a decentralized cooperation zone in the Région Centre-Val de Loire, and with partners as well from our European University Neolaya. This year, the IDOH Master's Program has welcomed 21 students of 16 different nationalities, And I would like to take this opportunity to warmly thank those students and Frédéric Tersac as well, but she's not here, she's outside. Thanks them, of course, for their involvement, without which this study day would not have been possible. I would also like to take the opportunity to thank Stéphanie Germont, there. After, what, 8 years? 8 years. Stephanie will leave a position as coordinator of this master program. Stephanie, on behalf of the University of Tours, I would like to thank you most warmly for everything you have contributed to this master program. Of course. And Aurélia Hiron, I want to thank her as well, will take this position afterwards. Well, there is as well a third reason why this study day is very important, the subject of this study day. After the two first editions, which dealt with One Health in Action, pandemic preparedness and prevention for the first edition, and ecosystems under global changes and integrating society and science for One Health implementation for the second edition, this third edition will focus on One Health in Action, ending inequalities to achieve global health. Well, I'm a lawyer specialized in human rights, so as you can imagine, I cannot be but very sensitive to this subject. If the One Health approach is to be effective and achieve its objectives, it must be accompanied by global research approach that includes the social sciences. Otherwise, part of the world's population, and the most vulnerable ones in particular, will be left the wayside. In conclusion, I want to thank all those who have contributed to the organization of this day, the students, of course, the speakers, the coordinator, Frédéric, Benoît Berthier and Jean-Philippe Le Tourneur for Sound and Image, and the colleagues from the faculties of Art and Humanities and Literature and Languages who are hosting it. Thank you for your attention and have a good day.
Thank you, Columbine. So, while our theme this year is One Health in Action, ending inequalities to achieve global health, I'd like to formally open the first session of the day, which is on interdisciplinarity in One Health implementation from social sciences to artificial intelligence. Now, clearly this is quite the broad topic, but it's in the thought of integrating everything together, both the things that we might have left behind or obscured previously, and new and emerging technologies that we can bring into the fold to help us achieve global health. Our first speaker of the day, our keynote speaker, is joining us now virtually. So without any further ado, from the World Health Organization, please join me in welcoming George Mateo Alvarez.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me and see my screen? Yes, I am seeing that the screen is there. So I hope that you are hearing me. Thank you for this invitation. This is a great opportunity to promote the One Health activities focusing on antimicrobial resistance. So I'm here on behalf of my colleagues in the different quadripartite organization. It's important to mention this here because when we talk about One Health, we cannot just talk about one sector. So you know that we are working together to promote all this work together and also show that it's important to include this multi-sectoral work and support countries in the implementation of national action. What I'm going to share this morning is some tools that we have developed and are almost ready to support implementation in countries. And the first is the WHO Medical Important Antimicrobial List, the One Health Integrated Surveillance Guidance, the One Health Priority Research Agenda, on AMR, and the quadripartite One Health Legislative Assessment Tool. But let's go to the definition of One Health. This is important. This was developed by the One Health High-Level Panel in 2021, and is saying that One Health is an integrated, unifying approach. It recognizes the health of human, animals, plants, and the environment are closely linked and interdependent. So from here, we need to understand that we need to work together, and then this approach mobilizes multiple sectors, disciplines, and communities to work together. And this is one of the things that we need to promote more, how we can work together, how we can establish this collaboration in countries to address these One Health issues that we are experiencing now. And this is to support and contributing to sustainable development. So this definition is important to promote because we need to work in the different disciplines and understand how we are connected between the different sectors. Then to coordinate all this work on antimicrobial resistance in 2019 was established this. First was the Tripartite Joint Secretariat, and then the United Nations Environment Program was joined in 2022, and now is the Quadripartite Joint Secretariat. And basically, this quadripartite initiative is supporting the global promotion, advocacy, and political engagement, the global governance structures in countries, coordination monitoring of the quadripartite strategic plan and work plans, and support the implementation of tools and guidance in the member states. All this work that I'm going to share today are funded in different global documents. The Global Action Plan on AMR, launched in 2015, the Interagency Coordinating Group report that was launched in 2019, and this report is the result of the United Nations General Assembly in 2016, and with different recommendations that we are addressing, developing these tools to support countries, the implementation of National Action Plan. We also have the Quadripartite Strategic Framework that was launched in 2022. And last but not least, the One Health Joint Plan of Action, launched in 2022, which one of the action tracks is on antimicrobial resistance. And you can see on the right side, the documents that I'm going to share today to you. But let's see what is the problem on antimicrobial resistance. We need to use antimicrobials in the different sectors, but the overuse and misuse has created and developed this antimicrobial resistance. That is the problem that we have now. So it's a complex problem because you can see that is the use in different sectors, but subsectors and also impacting the environment. So what we are developing in the quadripartite is some tools to address the different aspects of this complex problem. First, the responsible use of antimicrobials. Second, to provide more evidence through surveillance. So we need to strengthen these activities in countries, to also conduct research, and I will talk later about this, to improve research mainly in low and middle income countries, because it's where we don't have enough evidence what is happening in the context of low and middle income countries. And last but not least, legislation. If we are going to implement all this technical work to address and understand more the problem at a local level, we also need to strengthen the legislation to to have a better sustainability of the different actions on the implementation of national action plans. Let's see the picture of the status of the implementation of National Action Plan. This is a tool that you can find in this website that you can find in the bottom left side. with different questions. It's a self-assessment survey for countries to answer what is the status of the different activities to implement the National Action Plan. But here, I'm just referring the multi-sectoral coordination mechanism on One Health AMR. And this is the result on the report on 2023. The 2024 will be launched in the coming weeks. But you can see that at least most of the countries has established this multi-sectoral working group with the government leadership. So in this, you can see the different stages from A, which is no formal multi-sectoral governance, to E, what is the ideal status that we need for countries to establish. So you can see that most of the countries are in the stage B, and most of the countries that are in the stage E, most of them are high-income countries. That's one of the why we are focused more on low and middle-income countries where they need to increase capacities. Let's move to the WHO American Important Antimicrobial List. This was previously known as the WHO Critical Important Antimicrobial List, the CIA list. And this list is supporting the Objective 4 of the Global Action Plan on Antimicrobial Resistance to optimize the use of antimicrobial medicines in human and animal health. This is not new. It's a journey of 19 years. The first revision was published in 2005, and basically it's a ranking of medically important antimicrobials for risk management of AMR due to non-human use. And this is highlighting what is the antimicrobials that are critical to treat severe diseases in human health. And if some of the antimicrobials are used in other sectors, they need to take care of the use of these antimicrobials because resistance can be developed and this resistance can be transmitted to the human health. So that's why this ranking is guiding countries to be careful and better manage the antimicrobials, mainly those medically important antimicrobials. We have three categories I will explain later: critical important, and from here, the highest priority critical important antimicrobials, highly important, and important. The last report was launched in February this year. And some context here is that we know that we have common bacteria in the different sectors. And also we use antimicrobials in different sectors. One of the issues that we have found in some countries is that who are using the antimicrobial think that the antimicrobials are different, the ones to use in humans and those to use in animals. But at the end, they are the same class, they have the same action, and of course, if the resistance is developed, it's going to affect both antimicrobials. That's why these antimicrobials with common action, we need to take care on the use in the different sectors. This is examples, for example, on quinolones, when in humans we use usually ciprofloxacin, and animals enrofloxacin, but they are the same class of fluoroquinolones. The same with cephalosporins and amphenicals. And also, we have the pathogens that in the last WHO bacteria priority pathogens, we have Salmonella and Staph aureus, who are considered as in the high group. And then we have E. coli, which is considered one of the species in the critical group. So we need to also consider this, that we, when we are going to apply and use antimicrobials in different sectors. What is the purpose of this list? To ensure that all antimicrobials, especially these medically important, are used prudently in all sectors. And also to help regulators and stakeholders know which antimicrobial use in animals present higher risk to humans. The target audience is national regulators, policymakers, all professionals prescribing antimicrobials, the new national AMR steering or coordinating committees that has been established in each country to support the implementation of the National Action Plan, and of course, food animal producers, institutional food purchasers, and food companies. In summary, we analyze all classes of antimicrobials, and we categorize in the different groups that I will explain later. all antimicrobial classes were evaluated based on the authorization status in the different countries. So we need to consider all the authorization status in all countries and where they are authorized in humans, both in humans and animals, or only in animals. Another thing that is important to mention is that this categorization is based on resistant mechanism. So we are analyzing classes, not agent by agent. We have some antimicrobial that have different resistant mechanism that we explained in the document. So from this, we have three groups. The first group, we define the antimicrobial that only use in humans. Then we have the group of classes of antimicrobial that are used in both in animals, in humans, and also in plants. For this specific group, we need to apply some criteria and prioritization factors to have a better categorization. And then we have the highest priority critical important antimicrobials, the critically important antimicrobials, the highly important and important antimicrobials. And the third group is those classes of antimicrobials that are only used in animals. So for the first two groups, the ones used only in humans and the classes of antimicrobials who use in animals and humans, we consider these as a medically important antimicrobials. And you can see that, of course, we need to preserve the antimicrobial use in humans. And that's why, because it represent a high risk on development of AMR. This is the result of this classification. I'm just showing here the classes included in the highest priority critical important and the critical important antimicrobials. From the last revision in 2018, we keep cephalosporins, third and fourth generation, quinolones and fluoroquinolones, and polymyxins that basically colistin and polymyxin B. And now we move macrolides to the critical important antimicrobials because it's not so critical in human health. And glycopeptides were moved to the antimicrobials that are only used in humans. And the critical antimicrobial, critical important antimicrobials, we have aminoglycosides and ansamycin, and the other groups were moved to the classes only used in humans. What is the intended uses for these antimicrobials? The prioritization of risk management strategies to be used in developing policies and guidelines to guide approaches to reduce or restrict the use of antimicrobials in non-human sectors. For example, the elimination of use of these antimicrobials for non-veterinary medical purposes, for example, growth promotion, the inclusion of these antimicrobials in AMR, AMU monitoring and surveillance programs, and communication on risk. This is the situation of laws in countries where prohibit the use of antibiotics for growth promotion. And we see that also in the report by the World Organization for Animal Health this year, there are 24 countries that are still reporting the use of antimicrobials in most important, the highest priority critical important for growth promotion. So this is really critical that we need to work more with these countries to eliminate the use of these medical important antimicrobials for growth promotion. It's not the purpose for treatment. So that's why we need to remove this and preserve for human health. Let's move to the One Health integrated surveillance of AMR. This is the status of countries establishing or implementing integrated surveillance of AMR. And also, I would like to share what the different organizations are doing based on the mandate. So WHO we established in 2015 GLASS, which is the Global Antimicrobial Surveillance System focused on the human health. The World Organization for Animal Health is collecting data on use of antimicrobials in the animal health in the different countries. And FAO is also working on the collect data on AMR in animals and food, and also data on use in plant and production and protection. They launched this year the International FAO Antimicrobial Resistance Monitoring System, which is called INFARM, to promote the implementation of this AMR system in animals in the different countries. But we have some examples here that we really want to promote to increase the interest in countries to establish this multi-sectoral integrated surveillance system. This is from DATMAP, from the Danish Integrated Antimicrobial Resistance, when they demonstrated when they reduce the use of macrolides in pigs, the resistance also drops. So this is a good example. We have also from the report of the JACRA report from the European Union, how is related the consumption of fluoroquinolones in food-producing animals and the probability of resistance. So they are directly related. So when we use, we are going to have more resistance. And the last, this good example from Canada on Salmonella Heidelberg, an E. coli and Salmonella in human and animals. So they have high resistance in 2004 when they established this measure to reduce the use of third-generation cephalosporins, and we can see how the resistance also drops. So this is exactly what surveillance is providing to countries, how they can monitor what is the status of resistance and how they can apply interventions to reduce and contain resistance and transmission to the different sectors. So now we are working in the new quadripartite guidance on One Health integrated surveillance. We have also included some tools that have been developed and published WHO, the IGSR integrated surveillance of AMR in foodborne bacteria. The ESBL tricycle protocol, that is the One Health model that WHO developed in 2021. The Codex Standards on AMR as well, 3 different documents on risk analysis, the code of practice, and also integrated surveillance, and also the World Organization for Animal Health, the terrestrial and aquatic codes. From this, we are developing the first quadripartite guidance on One Health integrated surveillance. Additional to that, we are also promoting a new platform. The name is GISA, which collect the information from countries from the different aspect AMR and AMU in the different sectors to facilitate the visualization of results in each country and also to promote this integrated surveillance. Moving to the One Health research agenda, this was a global exercise supported by the quadripartite and is focused on AMR at the interfaces among One Health sector. This is important because it's only cover interfaces. Each organization is developing their own agenda. In fact, WHO already developed the agenda for the human health and launched this year. The aim of this One Health priority research agenda is to identify and prioritize research areas at the interface between One Health sectors, catalyze interest among researchers and donors on One Health AMR, and provide direction for investment in One Health AMR, and especially focus on low and middle income countries. What is out of the scope? Research and development of new antibiotics or antimicrobials and vaccines, diagnostic development, research related to only one sector, as I explained before. The objectives is to improve our understanding of transmission of AMR drivers and impacts, and mainly in the context of low and middle income countries, strengthen the evidence base for interventions, and advocate for prioritization of AMR mitigation and for policy making. We focus in 5 pillars: transmission, integrated surveillance, interventions, behavioral insight and change, and economics and policy. And I fully agree with Colombine, who mentioned that we also need to consider the social sciences here, and that's why it's one of the pillars. We need to move from the basic science to see what is the behaviors that also drive some resistance, and also to provide some evidence to promote intervention on these aspects. So finally, we have 62 priority research areas that in the 5 pillars, and you can find this in the report. we have the top 10, which is the first two of the top two of each of the pillars. And on transmission, the impact of infection prevention control practices on the development and circulation of AMR in the different sectors, the impact of transmission across human, animals, and plants, and the environment with focus on low and middle income countries, and integrated surveillance, optimum strategies and minimum standards and laboratory capacity. We know that one of the main challenges in countries is to increase this capacity of laboratory, which is key for surveillance, how we can integrate existing AMR and AMU data from the different sectors and allow early identification of development and circulation of AMR across the sectors. On intervention, what is the impactful intervention for AMR control that can be applied in different contexts? Existing challenges to the systematic collection analysis of data for risk assessment and intervention, focus on low and middle income countries, behavioral insight and change, social sciences, identifying, characterizing, and assessing structural challenges and barriers to AMR behaviors. And we know that this is really case by case, country by country, so we need to explore and have more evidence on this as well. And also strategies to adapt behavioral interventions to different contexts. And last, on economics and policy, what is the optimal socio-economic impact assessment in low and middle income countries based on cost-effectively collected data? What is government cross-cutting actions for policy option and sustainable financing strategies? We have some infographic that you can find in the website and also to help you to identify some opportunities to conduct research on One Health AMR. Last, the quadripartite One Health legislative assessment tool. So if we see the problem, also lawyers need to understand where is the legislation for this of the sectors, subsectors, and how this legislation can be improved, how AMR can be included in the national legislation to improve governance and also application and sustainability of the action to contain AMR. This tool was developed based on FAO methodology to analyze AMR relevant legislation in the food and agriculture that was developed from 2015 to 2023 and was applied in 34 countries for the 4 continents and 3 regional organizations, 5 regional workshops, around 45 countries. But countries also were asking about a One Health approach, how to involve other sectors in this legislative tool. So that's why the quadripartite developed this with the objective to assess national legislation relevant for AMR, to identify gaps and opportunities for reform, facilitate an understanding of the sector-specific needs of each legal area related to AMR, contribute to AMR governance, arrangement to promote One Health approach, and this is not a guidance document. It's also an assessment tool to identify these gaps, will help countries to address AMR in legislation, in the national legislation. So the process we start in 2020, and the document will be published in the coming month. We pilot this in 3 countries, in Cambodia, Morocco, and Zimbabwe, in Peru as well, but only the human health chapter. We also conducted 2 multi-country workshops in Latin America and the Caribbean, and also in Africa. And we launched this in November 2023, but the document will be launched and published in the coming weeks. The chapters of this legislative assessment tool include the institutional framework, human health, food safety, veterinary legislation, pesticides, plant health, and environment. This is some of the questions that you can find for each of the chapters, but each chapters contain different questions to address and identify these gaps. What we are doing now is promoting this with different groups. That's why thank you for this opportunity, because we need more support to conduct and implement all these tools and instruments. to support countries in the implementation, to identify what is the evidence needed to intervene. So we are also targeting donors, experts, scientific community at the different levels, at global, regional, and national level. We are also working with the interdisciplinary multisectoral research networks, collaborating and reference centers, supporting the quadripartite organization, scientific and research community. You can find all these documents and tools in this website that I am sharing in the bottom left side. This is the last. Thank you very much again. You can also contact us. This is the different colleagues working in different instruments and tools. Thank you, and I wish you an excellent day.
Thank you, Dr. Alvarez. Now, carrying on from that, do we have any questions in the room? We'll open it up. Just raise your hand and we'll bring around a microphone to you. Yeah, over in the left.
Hi, my name is Daniela. I'm a veterinarian from Colombia. I've been living in a small village in a rural area, and I've seen that a lot of people, of course, that are not veterinarians and that don't even have any degree are able to sell antibiotics, and they use it very, how would you say, they use it for everything. So how do you have an example of how to tackle that? Because I found it very hard to explain people that you cannot use them like that, and it's such an embedded question that you really can't approach to them in a how you would speak to your colleagues, for example.
Thank you. This is an excellent question, and I couldn't include all the activities that we are conducting, but here there are two aspects that I would like to highlight. One is that the first strategic objective of the Global Action Plan is on awareness and education. So there are a lot of initiatives now to conduct better awareness for the different prescribers in this case. But another thing that is important is that we are working directly with the countries to implement the Global Action Plan. So these national action plans are based on the Global Action Plan. So they also need to address more campaigns, awareness campaigns, but also this is important to understand why they are doing that. And that's why, again, the social sciences, the behavioral insights will be important to address. We are just starting this work. It's a lot of work to do, but we are identifying where is the gaps, when we need to apply. And again, I agree with you, it's a big problem, but we need to identify what is the aspect in my country that I can support. For example, some studies about why they are using that. They need guidance. Is more to improve legislation. We need more evidence about the resistance and the use of this freely use of antimicrobials in the animal sector. And also, the World Organization for Animal Health is developing also awareness campaigns. They have very good tools that you can also check in the website to understand, but also to contribute and address this issue that we have in many countries. This issue is not only in Colombia, it's in many, many countries. So that's why we are promoting global initiatives and strategies to address. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the room? Yes, yeah.
Thank you for your presentation. Most of the molecules that you mentioned are actually antibiotics. Do you have similar strategies for parasites, anti-parasitic molecules, for example?
Thank you. This is also a good question. Yes, it's true. And in fact, the idea of, for example, the medically important antimicrobials, and when we call in this list, is only referring to antibacterials. What we are doing now is to address antifungals. That is also a big problem here. On parasites, we are working with the One Health group because it's, the aspect of anti-parasites is a different, in some ways, a different world, let's say that. And it's something that we still need to work, but it's not, how to say this, it's something that we now are more focused on bacteria because it's the high burden of diseases and also the problem that we have. So yes, we are going to cover, it's not in the coming years because we are more focused on AMR, antibiotics, sorry, antibacterial resistant, but we are also seeing to recognize what is the problem and see how we are going to address also a global level. Thank you.
And if we have any brief questions, yeah, down here. Yeah.
Mark Lientry, Université Paris-Saclay. Thanks a lot for your presentation. Most of the measures you presented are, how could I say, based on the demand side of antibiotics. What about the supply side? Do you have any levers that you could pull to try and act directly to with the pharmaceutical industry to get them to maybe reduce both their production and their aggressive marketing to sell antibiotics?
Yes, we also have, but this is more sector specific. In the case of the human health sector, we are not only trying to address the issue of new molecules, but also how we are going to work together with the industry. Not, you know, the problem is not the overuse, it's also the access of antimicrobials, and not only antimicrobials, also diagnostics. But in the case of access of antimicrobials, we see that there are some molecules that are freely, as mentioned for the colleague from Colombia, in some countries, they don't have the access to the most important antimicrobial. So it's both things. We are covering this in the human health to, first, we are developing operational guidance for countries to address first the evidence of the use of antimicrobial, but also how to improve the access of the essential antimicrobials by sector. The World Organization for Animal Health is also conducting some work on this, but it's again, I'm just mentioning some of the work that we are conducting, but there are different initiatives that we are doing, and one of the to improve the access and responsible use from the industry to a market to the countries is another activity that we are also conducting. Thank you.
With that, we'll bring that session to a close. And please join me in thanking Dr. Alvarez.
Thank you very much.
Now, it's always great when one of the IDOH alumni returns, particularly with something to show us. Well, again, without any further ado, please welcome one of our IDOH alum to talk to you about neglected tropical diseases, Juliette Hoffel.
Great, well, thank you very much, and yeah, I'm really grateful to be here and to speak with you today. So I will introduce you to mass drug administration for neglected tropical diseases, which many people don't know, but is one of the biggest public health interventions in the world. And I will also talk about ethics in that, and yeah, I hope I can convince you that ethics is important for One Health as well. So to introduce you to NTDs, so neglected tropical diseases, so I'll call them NTDs and mass drug administration, MDA, because it's quite a mouthful, but yeah, don't mind my abbreviations. So to introduce you to NTDs, so why are they called neglected tropical diseases, and why are they in one group? Well, first, it is a very diverse group of diseases. So they're mostly parasites, but there's also a non-infectious disease, which is snakebite envenoming, and yeah, so it is a very diverse group of diseases. And why are they grouped together? Well, they're so they have in common that they're chronic and debilitating, so their morbidity burden is way higher than their mortality burden. So this can manifest through, for example, lymphedema for lymphatic filariasis, which leads to disability, or for intestinal schistosomiasis, there's also disability in children. They disproportionately affect populations living in extreme poverty, so they do not only result from poverty, but they also create poverty, kind of resulting in what is called a poverty trap. And as they're mostly parasites, they have very complex human, animal, and environmental life cycles, and linking to the fact that they mostly affect impoverished populations, this makes their control very challenging. So yeah. So there is no fixed list of NTDs. The WHO recognizes 20 of them in its roadmap that ranges from 2021 to 2030, but the leading journal in the field, for example, PLOS NTDs, recognizes more than 40. So in terms of epidemiology, there are 1.6 billion people affected by NTDs in the world, which is, I feel like it's very huge. Their collective burden, although they don't kill much, but their collective burden is similar and can be compared to one of the big three, so malaria, TB, HIV, AIDS. And if you look at the map here, they're very highly prevalent in tropical and subtropical areas, but they can be found everywhere in the world, really. And what is most interesting, I feel, so if you look at, for example, the redder the color, the more NTDs are co-endemic in that specific country. And all low-income countries, as per World Bank classification, are affected by at least 5 NTDs together. In terms of policy, NTDs have been addressed in the Sustainable Development Goals, especially SDG 3 about health. And there's actually one goal that is by 2030 to end the epidemic of neglected tropical disease, which is a big endeavor. And they also link very well to the pledge to leave no one behind that kind of guides the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals. That's why the WHO has a roadmap for NTDs that spans from 2021 to the end of the SDGs in 2030. So one of the big measures in this roadmap is called mass drug administration, so MDA. So this picture illustrates it quite well, and it actually links to the first talk we've just heard, so I guess it's interesting. So it entails the regular treatment of entire risk groups for a disease, irrespective of individual health status. So people are treated, and they are not diagnosed prior to treatment. The target is historically 5 NTDs. Now there are 10 targeted, so it's getting bigger. Those historical ones, and there are still the biggest ones, are schistosomiasis, soil-transmitted helminths, onchocerciasis, lymphatic filariasis, and trachoma, so mostly helminth diseases, and then, trachoma. So the drugs, are mainly antihelminthics, but there's also antibiotics used, and it relies on large-scale donations by the pharma industry, so it has been started with the London Declaration in 2012, and has been reiterated recently with the Kigali Declaration. The treatment can be done in schools, and then it's usually done by teachers, or it can be delivered as a community-based treatment by volunteers called community drug distributors, CDDs, in central point locations or from door to door. There are more than 1 billion people treated annually for at least one of those NTDs, so that was from 2015 to 2019. So why do I want to talk about ethics in that context? Well, it is interesting that MDA for NTD control has been carried out for decades, actually, even before the early 2000s, and it has received very little ethical attention. So I focused on that during my master's thesis, and we actually published a paper in March, which is the first systematic review of the ethical debate around MDA for NTDs. As a little disclaimer, first, we do not distinguish between the different NTDs, and we are conscious that, it's clear that the diseases are very different, and the way to address them is also very different. but the WHO recognizes MDA kind of as one measure, so that's why we focus on MDA as one measure. And since they affect the same populations, basically, it's also interesting to see it as one. So for the methods, we used the normal systematic review process, very classical. Here's the Prisma diagram. So we did a search on PubMed and Web of Science, title abstract screening, full text screening then, and then we did qualitative analysis of the 60 included full texts. So in terms of the unit of analysis that we used, it was the ethical reasons. So usually arguments are composed of two parts, of premises and of a conclusion. So it can be several premises and one conclusion. And so we used those premises that we call reasons and allocated them an implication based on what the author was saying about MDA. So positive, negative, or ambivalent. Then we grouped them into categories that we took from the public health ethics framework by Markman that we felt was kind of fitting after reading the texts first. So yeah, this public health ethics framework is composed of several categories, so expected benefits of the measure, potential harm done by the measure, autonomy of the actors, equity, efficiency of the measure, so mainly cost benefit, and then we also included a category for sustainability to capture kind of long-term implications for disease control. So in terms of results, most publications that we found have a very broad focus. So they mostly talk about NTDs in general, and then there are only 5 out of the 10 PC NTDs that are addressed in those publications, which is important to keep in mind for the analysis. And what we found very striking is that the vast majority of first authors were affiliated to an institution based in a high-income country, and those are not the countries where NTDs are the biggest problem, so also important to keep in mind for the analysis. So I will guide you kind of through some ethical issues that we found. It's not comprehensive. If you want to see all of them, please do read our paper. But yeah, it's just some of them. So first, starting with a very classical issue in public health ethics, which is the benefit versus harm profile of the measure. So in terms of benefits, the people who kind of yield this individual benefit are people with acute infection, because they can be treated, they receive the treatment, they are treated, and then they are basically cured of their disease. Then in terms of collective benefit, many authors said that it reduces the prevalence and morbidity of the target disease and averts DALYs also in future generations, which of course is of value. The problem is that most people treated are in fact uninfected, and those do not have any individual benefits of the measure. And people with chronic disease also do not benefit from the treatment because it does not revert their symptoms in any way. This has to be put kind of in context with the fact that there are individual harms, so there are side effects from the drugs, like for every drug there is a side effect. But when you treat a population, of course, those side effects, you will see them, ranging from mild to serious side effects. And if you think about it, people who are treated are usually people living in poverty. So if they have mild side effects, usually they cannot work, and then they're not compensated for the days they do not work. So it has to be thought kind of in that type of context. And there is also a risk of fatal choking on medication in young children. That is mainly due to a lack of like age-appropriate drug formulations for a lot of diseases. So if we look at the collective benefit, well, actually the benefit to risk ratio depends on the coverage. So the more people are treated, the more it reduces the prevalence and morbidity of the target disease, and maybe then the collective benefit becomes higher than the individual harms done by the treatment. But yeah, this all depends on the coverage. And this is important to keep in mind for the next slides. So in terms of equity, many authors characterize this measure as a pro-poor intervention because the drugs are usually unaffordable outside of MDA. Those are low priority treatments, and people are usually beyond healthcare system reach. But on the other hand, there is an unequal reach in target populations. And for example, if you target school-age children by giving the drugs out in schools, then you don't reach out of school children. And and it's the same for risk groups that are basically just untargeted by the measure because they're not included in the program, such as adults for schistosomiasis. And this is not a problem in our countries, but if you don't have a supportive primary healthcare system that can give you the treatment if you're sick, then not getting the treatment through MDA if you're sick can be a problem. So usually the measure, as I said, is carried out by community drug distributors. So those are volunteers from the communities themselves. And there are a lot of implementation challenges related to that, and they have they carry a big burden. They have a big role in reaching the communities, but they also happen to be in places where, I mean, there is lack of infrastructure, and usually they are uncompensated, which of course can be a big issue. So implementation context really matters in that case. In terms of autonomy, many authors criticize the lack of community sensitization that is done around this MDA. Which means that people have, I mean, there is challenge, of course, to informed consent, because if you're not informed, you cannot consent properly, right? And then people also tend to refuse the drugs simply. This also links to a lack of community engagement in targeted populations, and again, attention to those CDDs is really crucial in that matter. Also because community engagement does influence coverage, and as we've seen in the first slide, it does influence the benefit to risk ratio of the measure. And then finally, it was also emphasized that there is an imbalance between the donors and the endemic countries. So one of those quotes is, the goal strategies and interventions are often developed at the global level, significantly influenced by partners in the global north. So as a last ethical principle here, in terms of sustainability, many authors said that, indeed, it is a curative measure. So it cures you when you have the disease, but it does not prevent being reinfected by the same disease. And it does not interrupt disease transmission in the long term if you do not do other things to address root causes of the disease. So here one of the quotes: treatment without improving the water, sanitation, and hygiene provision does not stop transmission of the parasites. Some of the children still have to cross schistosome-infected rivers to get to and from school. So this is an issue when you think that MDA is often the sole intervention in those contexts, and it has to be repeated and repeated and repeated to be able to yield those benefits. And then linking to the first talk, there is a probable emergence of drug resistance, and this, in an ethical sense, can also jeopardize treatability for future generations, and then you have to think about those and what you are doing now. That's why many authors advocate for a multi-disease, more preventive approach to the problem rather than taking MDA as a magic bullet, which has been the case for a lot of years. So to summarize, there are very few ethics. We found very few ethics really focused publications, but there were a variety of ethics topics addressed in publications and across ethical principles. There are many implementation challenges that are yet to be addressed in policy. Sustainability of MDA is questionable in the absence of structural change, especially when it's the only measure to tackle NTDs. And what I found interesting here is that there is indeed a gap in the One Health considerations around MDA, because a lot of those diseases have zoonotic transmission, for example, schistosomiasis, and animal ethics is not addressed, and people do usually depend on those animals for their livelihoods. So there is a lot of ethical work that could be done in that area. So it is really important to evaluate these measures in a context-specific manner. So in policy, to develop ethics guidelines in a One Health perspective, to consider also integrated control strategies to tackle those socio-ecological drivers of disease. So here the WHO has released a One Health companion document to their roadmap in 2022. So let's see what happens. And then it is important to involve endemic countries more in NTD decision making, and this is one of the pillars of the new Kigali Declaration. So I am hopeful that it changes, but yeah, let's see. In terms of research, it would also be important to expand this bioethical discourse on MDA because it is very Western focused at the moment, and to kind of include ethical principles that are more by local researchers and by non-Western philosophies. And to finish, and this is my last slide, I just wanted to reflect a little bit on ethics and One Health and the importance of ethics in One Health. So all of those diseases are what they call syndemic, so they're all co-endemic in the same settings. And this is not by chance. This is because those people face social and ecological inequalities. And this is not just the people, but it's also the animals that live with those peoples, and it's their environment that is infected by those diseases. And this means One Health is a political concept, and it is not just an apolitical Venn diagram linking those three sectors, but you have to think about it in a social scale. And there is an interesting concept, I feel, from Brazil that is called One Health of Peripheries, and that actually theoretizes One Health more as entanglements of multi-species collectives that are more or less privileged in the social space, which is probably interesting to think about when you think about preventive measures and about trying to tackle those upstream drivers. Yeah, and yeah, to finish, I think this links very well to the theme of the conference, and I do think that we cannot do One Health without thinking about social inequalities to achieve global health. Thanks.
Thank you, Juliet. So we'll open up the floor to questions now. Yep, over on the left there.
Thank you very much, Juliet. So inspiring. It was lovely. I have two questions. One which is more clarification because I'm not sure I got the point, and the second one more total reflection. When you talk about massive drug administration, do you say that actually people that are not sick also get this?
Yes. So people are treated, there are risk areas defined for certain diseases, and then you define a target group for the measure, and then you try to treat everyone in that target group.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
And the second one is there a similar kind of work that you did on the benefits of vaccination? For example, we know, for example, that BCG is able to protect against TB somehow, but also against multiple other diseases. Mm-hmm. So is there any kind of evaluation of the global benefit of vaccines, generally speaking?
There is quite a lot of ethical work done on vaccination, especially to kind of define which target groups should be included and not included in those vaccination campaigns, depending on, it's the same type of reflection, the benefit to harm ratio, and so there is quite a lot of work. I don't know if there is a global thing about all vaccines, because I guess, it's it's context specific, it depends on the disease as well, so.
And a very last comment that you didn't bring this because maybe it's a little bit of a challenge. I think also the problem, it's political, that's for sure, and I think for these neglected diseases, but it's also a problem of money, and I think it's because the big firms, companies, do not want to develop drugs for this kind of diseases. So you didn't really address this in your talk. But I think this is also an important point.
Definitely, and most of those drugs are actually donated by the pharmaceutical companies, and the implementation challenges come I mean, mainly from the lack of money that surrounds those donations, and then in the last steps to kind of provide them to the people. So yeah.
Thank you.
Yep, we have another question in the middle there.
Here, we go here first. Thank you, Juliette. Great presentation. Yeah, regarding the pharmaceutical companies, I just wanted to understand what is their incentives of doing these large-scale donations?
Because they're nice.
Really?
They do. I think they do have. I mean, those drugs. They have drugs for neglected tropical diseases, and neglected tropical diseases just don't happen in countries that can afford those drugs, right? So I think it's a route to kind of get their products in the country, and I guess they also get some tax benefits for that, but not advancing myself too much.
Thanks. And one further question: is there gender disaggregated data also?
You mean on delivery or?
Well, the whole chain basically, and also
Yeah,
the treatment, how they react, girls different from boys.
Yeah, I've seen some papers address it, so I think that it's kind of in the making. So it has been done in some countries, but yeah, it's definitely an area to look into.
Thanks.
Sure.
When we think about targeting populations, I'm wondering, has anyone done any work in terms of informed consent and individual benefits about targeting individuals within the targeted area, so you're not just doing a mass drug administration in that area, you're saying within that area, I am going to focus on the 10 to 15-year-old children because they're the ones in the water, and I'm not going to treat everyone, and therefore the informed consent is more useful from that aspect.
Yeah, there are measures. So, for example, in schistosomiasis, it's usually targeting school-age children. So yeah, there are measures targeting that specific population groups. But then again, the informed consent, I mean, there has to be sensitization in order for people to be able to consent to something, because the word informed is indeed important in that concept, right? So yeah, but there are some measures targeting specific groups in general. The only thing that is not done is diagnostics before treating. Yeah.
And did we have any questions from the online chat? No? All good? Well, yeah, join me in thanking Juliette once again. And so we come to the final talk before we'll have a little coffee break. So our next speaker is from the Animal and Plant Health Agency in the UK. And we're talking about bringing fields into the fold. And specifically, one of the aspects of this first session is integrating artificial intelligence with One Health. So to talk about that, please join me in welcoming Joan Amayo Cuesta.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me today. It's going to share my screen. Second. I would like to give a thanks to the Infectious Diseases and One Health team for the opportunity to contribute to this amazing event. Artificial intelligence is the fourth industrial revolution. It will be fundamental to the One Health concept. It will become a critical tool in ending inequality and achieving global health. Today, I will share with you the work that we do at our organization, where we serve as a national reference laboratory. After introducing our work, I will guide you through the journey of the history of artificial intelligence from its early beginning to the present day. I will explain the basic concepts of artificial intelligence, making it simpler and clear. Then I will provide an overview of how AI is being used today and discuss some key points that we need to consider when applying AI to the One Health approach. And finally, I will talk about my PhD research, which focuses on using artificial intelligence to combat rabies disease. The Animal and Plant Health Agency is an executive agency of the Department of the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs. We work to safeguard animal and plant health for the benefit of people, the environment, and the economy. The APHA Rabies and Viral Zoonosis team undertake research and surveillance on behalf of the United Kingdom government for rabies, hantaviruses, and SARS-CoV-2. We are the UK reference laboratory for both human and animal rabies. This is relatively unusual in the majority of countries, but our team includes staff from public and animal health backgrounds, and we work closely with our medical and veterinary authorities within the UK. The team undertakes statutory diagnosis for rabies, which includes all suspect cases in humans and animals, and also deaths in quarantine. We also provide surveillance for UK bats and serological testing for post-vaccination antibodies in human and pets. So let's begin with a roadmap to understand how we arrive at our current situation. Our journey starts in 1838 when Gerardus Johannes Mulder, a Dutch chemist, introduced the term protein to describe the nitrogen-rich substances found in all living organisms. Fast forward to 1902 when two German scientists made a scientific discovery. They independently proposed that proteins are composed of sequences of organic compounds known as amino acids. These amino acids fall into 3D shapes, forming the structure of proteins. In 1949, Frederick Sanger made the groundbreaking achievement by sequencing a protein for the first time. He identified the exact order of the amino acids in the insulin, confirming that proteins have specific and set compositions. This discovery was a major milestone in understanding how proteins function at the molecular level. Just a year later, in 1950, Alan Turing published Computing Machinery and Intelligence. In his work, he proposed the Turing test as a way to measure machine intelligence. At 1951, researchers at the University of Manchester made a significant leap by programming computers to play checkers and chess. And remarkably, the checkers program learned from its own mistakes, improving over time until it became skilled enough to compete with human players. This was an early example of a computer learning and adapting, an important step toward modern artificial intelligence. Then, in 1957, John Kindrew achieved another scientific breakthrough by mapping the first 3D structure of a protein. However, despite this success, determining the shapes of proteins remained a slow and a challenging process for the next 60 years. This highlighted the complexity of proteins and the difficulty of understanding their structures, even with advanced techniques. In 1969, Cyrus Levinthal made an important hypothesis. The order of amino acids in a protein determines its structures. This idea, known as Levinthal's paradox, highlighted the relationship between the protein sequence and its 3D shape. Then, moving into the 1980s, software developers began utilizing programs to screen libraries of chemical compounds predicted to bind specific targets. This approach, known as computer-aided drug design, revolutionized the way that we develop medicines. In 1994, the Critical Assessment of Protein Structure Prediction, CASP, was established. CASP is a series of experiments designed to assess the current state of the art in protein structure predictions. Its goals are to evaluate progress, identify advancements, and highlight where future research efforts should be directed. Researchers from around the world participate in CAS to test their algorithms against real-world protein structures. CAS has been crucial in advancing techniques for predicting protein structures, which are vital for understanding biology and disease. A major breakthrough occurred in 2020 when Google's AlphaFold won the 14 CAS competition by solving the problem of predicting how proteins fall. Then, in 2021, AlphaFold made another significant contribution by sharing the predicted structures of 20,000 proteins in the human body. Previously, determining a single 3D structure required years of research, substantial resources, and many effort from the PhDs. Now, with AlphaFold 2, predicting a protein structure can be done in a matter of minutes. These advancements represented a major scientific breakthrough in our time. After giving you a glimpse of what happened until AlphaFold, let's go into a bit more detail of what is artificial intelligence or AI. So AI is used to classify programs that mimic intelligence and human cognitive functions like problem solving or learning. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, neural networks, deep neural networks, computer vision, and natural language processing are related technologies, but there are slight differences between them. Machine learning is a big subset that contains everything. Neural networks, also called artificial neural networks, are a subset of machine learning and are the backbone of deep learning algorithms. They are called neural because they mimic how neurons in the brain signal one another. A neural network receives information in the input layer. It processes it through at least one hidden layer and then passes the result to the output layer and gives the prediction or the output desired. Deep learning or deep neural networks, on the other hand, is made up of several hidden layers of neural networks that perform complex operations. There are two branches of deep neural network programs: computer vision and natural language processing. Natural language processing makes it possible for computers to read text, sequences, and interpret their significance. Then computer vision enables systems to see, identify, and process images and videos. Artificial intelligence is starting to play a crucial role in advancing the One Health approach globally. AI algorithms are capable of analyzing vast amounts of data from human, animal, and environmental health. This helps to identify potential disease hotspots and predict outbreaks before they become severe. This early detection allows for timely interventions, helping to prevent the spread of diseases between species. Moreover, AI facilitates the integration of diverse data sources, which enhances our understanding of complex interactions between ecosystems. This is essential for developing causal models that guide public health responses and management strategies for zoonotic diseases. AI has the potential for real-time tracking of animal health and behavior. The monitoring and analysis of big data can quickly identify and flag concerns, allowing for prompt intervention in livestock, wildlife species, or suspected reservoirs of zoonotic diseases. Additionally, AI-powered analytics can process real-time real-time data streams to detect outbreaks and evaluate their severity. This immediate analysis helps guide resource allocation and intervention strategies, resulting in a more effective and coordinated response to health crises. AI can significantly enhance the development of personalized treatment, leading to improved outcomes in both human and veterinary medicine. Using predictive modeling, artificial intelligence can optimize drug development and treatment protocols tailored to the specific needs of each patient or animal, ensuring more effective and targeted therapies. Moreover, AI tools will be instrumental in assessing and predicting the impacts of environmental changes on health outcomes. For instance, AI can analyze how ecosystems degradation may increase the risk of zoonotic diseases, helping to anticipate and address potential health threats before they escalate. One of the AI's most prominent applications today is in antimicrobial identification and the development of strategies to combat antimicrobial resistance. Researchers have identified new antimicrobial agents and optimized some existing treatments, improving our ability to manage resistant infections. Further to this, AI facilitates the integration and analysis of diverse data sources through unified platforms that combine human health, animal health, and environmental data. This interconnected approach promotes a more comprehensive understanding of health dynamics and supports more informed decision-making. The successful integration of AI into the One Health approach relies on several factors. For instance, developing comprehensive repositories that combine AI with traditional databases is essential. The seamless transition to digital records is still a challenge, and right now there is not an unified or standard approach to generate, store, and use the data. Effective implementation of AI will require strong collaboration among various stakeholders, including policymakers, researchers, and practitioners. Working together ensures that AI technologies are applied in ways that address the needs of all sectors involved in health, environment, and disease management. It is essential to train healthcare professionals and researchers in AI technologies so that they can use them effectively. Building capacity in AI skills will maximize its benefits in health management and research, ensuring that these technologies are applied appropriately and effectively. As AI technologies become integrated into health systems, public database, smartphones, and many other platforms, it is crucial to establish guidelines and oversight frameworks. This includes addressing issues related to data privacy, ensuring equity, and mitigating potential biases in AI algorithms. Responsible use of AI will ensure that it benefits all stakeholders and maintains the public trust. And most importantly, scientists and experts should be vital in establishing these guidance and rules. Almost every month, there are new publications of AI tools with accurate results. For instance, a self-supervised model trained on chest X-ray image achieved results comparable to expert radiologists. In another study, the model was trained with retinal image and was capable of predicting traits that humans can never detect. Another example is a deep neural network that accurately predicted the host for some viral species. My PhD focuses on the application of artificial intelligence for the research of lyssavirus infection and analysis of lyssavirus-host interactions. To put you into context, I will explain about the uniqueness of the lyssaviruses. The Rhabdoviridae family consists of viruses with a single-strand negative sense RNA genome. They are characterized by their cylindrical or bullet-shaped form. Within the Rhabdoviridae family, we find the genus Lyssavirus with several species. I want to emphasize the distinction between the rabies virus and the disease rabies. The rabies virus or classical rabies virus is a species within the Lyssavirus genus, while the disease rabies refers to the manifestation of its characteristic symptoms and signs. In general, I will refer to rabies as a disease. The Lyssavirus genus includes several species related to the rabies disease, such as Mokola virus, European bad lyssavirus type 1 and 2, the classical rabies virus, among others lyssaviruses. Rabies disease is the perfect example of One Health approach due to its intersection across human, animal, and environmental health. Rabies is a zoonotic disease. The primary carriers of rabies are domestic dogs, wild animals like foxes, raccoons, bats, and some livestock. This interspecies transmission highlights the need for an integrated approach that considers both human and animal health. Rabies is a preventable disease and is nearly always fatal once the symptoms appear, making it a critical public health concern. This necessitates coordination between public health authorities, veterinarians, and local communities to prevent and control outbreaks. Lyssaviruses are primarily associated with bats. The greatest diversity of Lyssavirus species is found in bats in Eurasia and Africa. However, the rabies virus has never been detected in any of the bats from Europe, Africa, or Australasia, but it is the only Lyssavirus species present in the Americas. Rabies virus is a multi-host virus infecting almost all mammals, while the other Lyssavirus species seems to be limited to restricted hosts or only one unique host in some cases. Rabies virus is usually maintained in hosts from the order Chiroptera, which is the animal order from bats, and the order Carnivora, the animal order of dogs, cats, wolves, and others. Rabies virus is particularly challenging to eliminate worldwide due to its unique ability to cross species barriers and establish itself in new hosts. These cross-species transmissions means that rabies virus can infect a wide range of animals, making it difficult to control and eradicate. And the virus capacity to adapt and establish infections in different species complicates the efforts to achieve the global elimination of rabies. The reasons behind rabies virus broad host range and the host restrictions seen in other lyssavirus species is one of the big questions in virology. The aims of my PhD are to develop an AI program to evaluate phenotypic traits from lyssavirus-infected samples and to investigate genetic fingerprints in lyssavirus species to determine the host restriction patterns. Rabies disease has been well controlled in some regions, but remains a significant threat in others. So targeted interventions are essential. I aim to minimize the risk of rabies spreading to new areas or re-emerging regions where it was previously controlled. During an episodic such as a rabies outbreak in wildlife, or an outbreak of another zoonotic virus, the AI tool will provide meaningful data to identify early warning signs of an outbreak, allowing for preventive action in human populations. And to finish, in September 28th is World Rabies Day. World Rabies Day aims to raise awareness and advocate for rabies elimination globally. It is an event designed to be inclusive, uniting people, organizations, and stakeholders across all sectors against rabies. In 2022, APHA launched the UK Bat Rabies Dashboard, an interactive platform on which we show the data of the bat surveillance program in the UK. And this year, on October the 1st, we will host a worldwide webinar for World Rabies Day. Speakers from Africa, the Americas, and Europe will explain how they control rabies in their countries and the current situation in their geographical areas. So if you want to know about how rabies is tackled, for instance, in Colombia, Nigeria, Brazil, Europe, or South Africa, please keep an eye of the Global Alliance for Rabies Control webpage where the event will be promoted. Thank you so much to everyone, and a special thanks to Jessica Lavery for help and everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Joan. Do we have any questions from the room? Yep, over on the left.
Hi there, thank you for your presentation. My name is Sten. I'm a student of the IDOH Masters. And I was wondering whether you could reflect on what you say about an AI tool to predict potential outbreaks of new diseases. And I was wondering whether you could reflect on, for one, the enormous sample bias that we have to the more developed countries, right? And additionally to the pathogens that we already know cause some diseases. So is there a potential that we can develop a tool that could also predict, say, a zoonotic transfer of a disease that is currently not so clinically relevant, but when it does become zoonotic, then suddenly it does? Because I assume we don't sample these yet.
Thank you so much. This is a really good question. So there have been efforts to using genetic sequences and metadata from the environment to just try to make models to provide the prediction of, for instance, if like neglected diseases or any other viruses that we don't expect to jump into another species could have any potential for outbreak or spillover. So there have been some trials onto that with just rotavirus, influenza A, and one with rabies virus as well. And as well, it's a matter of the data. The problem is like as well in Europe and in North America, they have like a massive influx of really good data, while now we are starting to just get more data from other countries, from Africa or South America, just to unify or just train those models onto that. So I think it's a matter of time that we can just start to increase the predictions capabilities and forecast even more different viruses. Because as well, not only we need the information from the virus, but we need information from the possible host. And if possible, other environmental traits that we can have, if we can have.
Any further questions from the room? No? Any online? No. I think we're all good. So if you could join me in thanking Dr. Amaya Cuesta. Yeah. Thank you. And with that, we'll be going to a short coffee break. If you could all be back in your seats for 11 a.m. We'll see you then. Alrighty, if we could all take our seats. Alrighty, welcome back, folks. So we're still in session 1 here today at the 3rd annual IDOH Day. And hope you all enjoyed the light refreshments for the coffee break. So next up, carrying on the theme of integrating the social sciences and new technologies into the overarching concept of One Health, we lean back more into the social sciences, looking at access and how people interact with our different healthcare systems, particularly in non-endemic countries. So please join me in welcoming to the stage our next speaker, Lore Iglesias Ruz.
So good morning. It's a pleasure to be here and share with you part of my thesis. As you may know, Chagas disease is a parasitical chronic infection caused by Trypanosoma cruzi, and it's considered by World Health Organization as a neglected tropical disease. Triatomine insects are the main transmission route in endemic countries, whereas blood transfusions, solid organ transplants, and congenital transmission are the main routes in non-endemic countries. I will focus on chronic phase because it's the most frequent phase in non-endemic countries. 70% of cases remain asymptomatic, while others will develop digestive, cardiac, and neurological damage. During this phase, diagnosis need indirect methods, such as ELISA, which has high sensitivity and specificity. Regarding treatment for Chagas disease, it has 2 available drugs, benznidazole and nifortimox, both with side effects and limited access. His benefits are reduces vertical transmission. It's useful in congenital infected newborns, acute phase and reactivation of the infection, and in chronic phase in people under 18. However, it's not as useful in terminal chronic phase or people with visceral involvement. What can we say about Chagas epidemiology? From 6 to 7 million people worldwide are infected with the parasite, and it's endemic in 21 continental Latin American countries, usually present in rural areas of Central and South America. However, migration, mobility, transmission routes have enabled its spread to non-endemic regions. In Europe, it's estimated that there are 68,000, 120,000 cases, and the highest burden of the disease is borne by Bolivian population. Particularly in Spain, it's the European country with highest burden of Chagas disease, and 81% of cases are from Bolivia. What can we say about economic impact of Chagas disease? Well, Chagas produces premature death, which sometimes ruins migrants' life project, and also causes a productivity decline, disability, and high cost to healthcare systems. Well, what have we done in Spain with our strategies to control Chagas disease? Well, when we decided to carry out this study, there were a law ensuring safe blood and organ donation since 2005, and there were some regions that had some solid protocols for screening pregnant women. But in fact, in the community of Madrid, there were only few recommendations, but not a solid protocol. These facts confront with World Health Organization recommendations because they recommend an early access to diagnosis. Then there are several theories and models to explain access, but we used Anderson behavioral model because it could explain health behavior with social sciences which is in line with One Health proposal. The reason why we decided to carry out this project was that the underdiagnosis from 96% in Europe, and taking into account the chronic complication of Chagas disease and the efficacy of treatment in early diagnosis, well, it was necessary to carry out this study. So the main objectives were to identify factors that enable or hinder access to Chagas diagnosis in Madrid, and specifically to explore factors that influence Bolivian populations' health behavior in relation to Chagas diagnosis, and to explore knowledge, attitudes, and practices among primary health care professionals. So the setting of our study is in Madrid City, and according to municipal census in 2017, there were 19,951 people born in Bolivia, from which 9,193 were women and 6,758 were men. Healthcare in Spain is free because of our national health system, but some restrictions apply to undocumented migrants in 2012 and 2018. Healthcare is provided through primary care and hospital care. My thesis is part of a project titled Accessibility and Health Service Use for Diagnosis and Treatment of Chagas Disease in Madrid, and it's run by the National Center of Tropical Medicine. It's a mixed method study. On one hand, quantitative research with a cross-sectional study survey about health-seeking behavior, and on the other hand, qualitative research performed with Bolivian population over 18 years of age and who have their residence in Madrid. Healthcare professionals, physicians and nurses, and key informants. The main data collection techniques were triangular group, focus group, semi-structured interviews, and no participant observation. We also recorded some socio-demographic variables for Bolivian population, primary care professionals, and key informants. So the places for data collection were primary care health centers, tropical medicine units, the Bolivian consulate, and those places which make the participants feel comfortable, for example, their houses. The digital recorders were used to collect data, and audio files were transcribed by an external expert and subject to quality control. An inductive data analysis was performed by two researchers according to grounding theory using MaxQDA 18 and ADOH software. This study meets the criteria of research trustworthiness set by Lincoln and Guba because we did a continuous field work and data collection and analysis were simultaneous. Moreover, data sources and analysis triangulations were performed, and we also described properly setting and participants' profiles. Moreover, data topic guide and analysis were properly recorded and documented. Regarding ethics approval and consent to participate, our study and its protocol were approved by Research Ethics Committee, and written informed consent on personal data were managed in accordance with Spanish law. So next, I will show you some information in relation with the characteristics of our study population. With respect to Bolivian population, 79% of our sample were women between 28 and 59 years old, and 92% of this population had at least one child. And their average time living in Spain was 10 years. Regarding healthcare professionals. 75% of the sample were women, and we tried to perform the focus groups on those districts with highest volume or Bolivian population, and we decided also to perform the focus groups on those districts with little Bolivian population in order to explore the differences between their speech. Regarding key informants, we interview a journalist, two health agents, and a health program coordinator. Okay, on the next slides, I will tell you some information about our results and discussion. Regarding the factors that influence Bolivian population's health behavior in relation to Chagas diagnosis, it's the first time that we use Andersen's model to explain Chagas disease diagnosis. And we add some additional factors related with stigma and shame, family history, symptoms, and attitudes. People interviewed told us that having a relative sick or disease from Chagas disease, and for men having a pregnant wife with a positive result, were big reasons to getting diagnosed. They also valued positively if a family or a friend advised them to getting diagnosed. There is a discourse in this population that they do not identify themselves as possible bearers of the parasite because they don't live in those endemic contexts. So this makes them feel invulnerable, right? So it's a very dangerous discourse in non-endemic contexts. Moreover, stigma is perceived in different ways if there was women or men. For men, they don't want to be identified as poor peasants or people from rural environments, so they avoid getting diagnosed for these reasons. And women are afraid of being rejected by Spanish population, and its possible consequences such as job loss or social isolation. Moreover, people interviewed have the idea that Chagas has no cure, and it's strongly associated with death, so it makes no sense to be diagnosed with a deadly disease. And they think that if they know they bear the parasite, it could deteriorate their health. About the symptoms, they thought that no symptoms means no disease, and if there are symptoms, maybe they associate this with their lifestyle, the immigration lifestyle, or maybe they could think about their family or personal history, so they decided to get diagnosed. With respect to the knowledge, attitudes, and practices among primary healthcare professionals, this is the first time we use qualitative research to give an explanation to this issue. 5 themes emerge according to the healthcare attention process: knowledge about Chagas disease, professional opinions about patients' community knowledge and attitudes of primary care professionals in identifying factors for serologic testing, practices on testing and treatment, and patient care and follow-up circuits. Regarding knowledge about Chagas disease, physicians have some doubts about the test availability in their context, and if there were any symptoms that make them think about the request of the serology. About the treatment, they also think there is no cure for Chagas disease, and if there is any treatment, they couldn't prescribe it. And about the transmissions, the transmission, both physicians and nurses thought that the vector is the main way of transmission. So they don't think about the vertical transmission or other ways. And it's very dangerous because they are in non-endemic contexts. Regarding professional opinions about patients and community knowledge and attitudes, nurses told us that Chagas is considered as a stigma or as taboo, but physicians thought that it was because of the migration status that linked to the stigma. Okay. However, they conclude that people don't, the patients don't talk with them about Chagas disease. Moreover, physicians told us that there were some people who was concerned about the death and Chagas disease, and there were other people that were unconcerned about their health, because, as you know, it has no sense to be concerned about a deadly disease. Okay. Moreover, there was a disagreement about access barriers in diagnosis. Some of the participants told us that the barriers were related to social problems, but others think about them, think that healthcare professionals were not a barrier. But we know they have low knowledge, so they themselves are a barrier for healthcare. Regarding attitudes of primary health care professionals in identifying factors and for serologic testing, they consider Latin American population as a homogeneous group, and they identify it by phenotype. It's a risky attitude because not all people from Latin America have the same phenotype. Moreover, they mentioned a healthy immigrant concept, so they concern about prevalent diseases in Spain, the social problems in Spain, and vaccination status. So it's very dangerous as well. Both physicians and nurses told us that the country of origin is not consistently recorded in their medical history. For example, people with HIV who are from some regions of Africa, there is a flash in the medical history that notifies the need for HIV testing, but it's not as in the case of Chagas. Regarding practices on testing and treatment, both physicians and nurses show a low suspicion of Chagas and told us that there was no norm to request a serologic determination. In the case of vertical transmission, there were some protocols in some hospitals for screening pregnant women, They knew it, but they assumed it was carried out by obstetric service. In some cases, but few cases, some physicians told us that they had found with a patient request. One of the physicians told us this way. She came 2 weeks ago and she told me that her sister had been diagnosed with Chagas disease. She's from Bolivia, so I requested it. She did not come saying, I want the blood test, but something came up. I have this doubt, maybe. Then, regarding patient care and follow-up circuits, family physicians assume a facilitating role because patients with a positive diagnosis are referred to those specialists at hospital, but they admit having a poor participatory role in the follow-up of Chagas disease. They demand little information about this process, and sometimes they have several problems to access clinic history in hospitals. I want to remark that nurses show doubts about their role in the process of attention of Chagas disease. One of the nurses told us that, anyway, there is a question that comes to me about all this, and it is, you have this kind of patient, and what would you do as a nurse in those cases? will be a patient who in some occasion or in some process of his pathology should be referred to nursing. Taking into account that there are chronic damage such as cardiac, digestive, it's a chronic patient, so primary care health nurse have the big opportunity to work with this population. The limitations of our study, well, our findings are not necessarily applicable to other contexts, but it may provide so new information that can be used in another non-endemic regions and maybe will replicable. The sample consists of Bolivian individuals with a positive diagnosis, so we do not know the discourse of those people who are in contact with the healthcare system and who have an unknown diagnosis. And I want to remark the reluctance of men to participate in the interviews and the EFGs and the EFGs. We don't know why is the reason, but we think that there is some masculinity, is hegemonic masculinity, so they are afraid of show vulnerable or ill among other men. So maybe they didn't want to talk. So to finish with the conclusions, one, the most relevant facts for the decision to be diagnosed pointed out by participants were having relatives who were sick or diseases from Chagas disease, or for men having their pregnant wife with a positive result. Socioeconomic factors, knowledge, and attitude about Chagas disease, stigma, and healthcare environment facilitate or hinder the decision of being diagnosed and the access to the diagnostic test. And two, the diagnosis of Chagas disease in non-endemic countries continues being an important challenge for health systems. The results obtained with the study of the knowledge, attitudes, and practices of the healthcare professionals and primary care allows to obtain evidence that could help to develop strategies for the screening of Chagas disease in a protocolized way in order to avoid that the diagnosis depends exclusively on the request of the patient. So that's all. Thank you for your attention. This is a tiny part of my research, so if you want to know more, here is my org sheet and my emails. So thank you so much.
And with that, we'll open the floor to questions. Anyone just raise your hand? Oh, yep, over there.
Hi, I have a question regarding like the interviews, because I have seen in Colombia, for example, and with people that not necessarily have access to healthcare or are not aware of the diseases, when we conduct the interviews, it's better to do it that the interview is conducted by a person that they can feel connected to. that they feel comfortable and that they feel like represented by, so maybe someone from their country or something like that, and especially for men. So that's one part. And do you work also with a social scientist or anthropologist or something like that to better understand those determinants from?
I'm sorry, my English is awful. So could you repeat the question, please?
So when conducting the interviews, the participants sometimes feel more comfortable answering those questions and also complying more to the treatments or to in general a hospital environment if they are interviewed by a person they can feel represented by, so someone of their community, or that's a first part.
We also used key informants such as health agents, because sometimes they were also Bolivian. So talking with them, they gave us some additional perspective, because, well, when I interviewed them, they didn't know I was a nurse. and when we, because maybe they will feel uncomfortable. Yes, so it was taken into account, taken into account in order to collect as the best data possible, the best possible data.
And if you are going to develop like a program or something like that, have you thought of if including a person of Bolivian nationality to assess better the problem and to reach better the people that are there?
Well, it's an interesting question. We haven't taken this issue in account, but it would be an interesting initiative.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The patients that are infected, do they have an idea of when they got infected? And is this population, is it a recent event? Are they traveling back and forth between Spain and Bolivia?
Well, in endemic context, sometimes they have heard in their the closest family or social environment about the triatomine insects. Some of them lived in those rural buildings, so vinchucas, as they call them. They have contact with them, so they, in any way, they know they may have possible bearers. But in non-endemic countries, it is maybe because it could be information about their parents, information about their pregnant women. They do not talk about it so widely, and if they talk, it's only with people who they are comfortable with. Yes, and about blood and organ donation, they sometimes get a positive when they want to donate blood. Some of them, when they want to donate blood, are indirectly looking for a positive, but they don't want to go to a healthcare center because there are some barriers related with healthcare attention. Now they need to live at least 3 months in Spain to receive medical attention. So blood donation is a way to know their diagnosis.
And do we have any questions from online? Or no? Oh, we have one from Stephanie. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. I was wondering, why did you focus on the Bolivian population and not all the Latin American one?
Okay, we focused on Bolivian population because the highest burden of Chagas is in Bolivia. We cannot explain that the things that all those things with Chagas disease are replicable to other contexts, because in Latin America there are different cultures. So we decided to perform only with Bolivian, and it would be replicable with other contexts. But the main reason of performing this with Bolivian, it was because of the very high prevalence.
Oh, yeah, one quick one from Darren.
In terms of the Bolivians living in Spain, I mean, vertical transmission is about 10-15%. Are you seeing anything in Spain where it's going mother to daughter to their daughter? Have we got, entirely vertical transmissions yet in Spain, or has that not been observed?
Well, not maybe mother to daughter, but not the following line. Maybe because the average age of stay in Spain is 10 years, so maybe when they arrived and had children, the protocols were set down. So maybe there people, our healthcare detected the positive. So we treated those women, and the children were born without Chagas. One of the campaigns of Mundo Sano was no children with Chagas, in order to encourage women to get diagnosed, to get healthy children.
And with that, we'll move on, but join me in thanking Dr. Iglesias Ruiz. Now, continuing on with our theme, we're going to bring a new field into the fold, that of economics. So please join me in welcoming Marc Leandri from Paris-Saclay. Yeah.
Okay, good morning, everyone. First, I'd like to thank the organizers, because I'm really happy to be here today. I just found out about this master program, and as the dean was saying this morning, I think it's pretty unique. And if I was younger, I would really like to actually follow this degree. It seems like a great opportunity for an integrated approach across disciplines, and this is what I'm going to try and talk to you about today. How to integrate social sciences and economics in particular, since I'm an economics associate professor at Université Paris-Saclay. And here I'm going to talk about economics maybe in a way that some of you are not accustomed to. That is to say, we're not going to talk about unemployment, GDP, inflation. I'd like to present economics as a discipline that is trying to, first of all, to give some value. And if you give value to something, then you might be able to use this value in a negotiation, in a policy making, to try and make your point about, for example, implementing some prevention measures, and this is particularly important at the One Health level. And second, I'd like to show you how economics can contribute as a sort of a behavior science. Economics, for many economists and for me as well, is a science of behavior. We try to understand how people make decisions, and as my colleague was showing us just before, if you understand better the perceptions that people have vis-à-vis a disease or vis-à-vis a risk, then you can better nudge them into better detection, better diagnostic, better treatment. So this is what microeconomics, behavioral economics are trying to do. So just as a very quick background, I'm by training, my colleague Laurent Dalmas and I, who tried to launch this One Health economics program, we are environmental economists, but we have a strong interest in health economics for the last few years. And we also work with ANSES, the French risk agency, which most of you must be familiar with, that is trying to assess environmental and health risk. So the One Health approach is, of course, very crucial in their work. What we're trying to do is try to sort of sketch how economics can contribute to the One Health approach, and reversely, we're trying also to show that by introducing economics into the One Health approach, you might actually gain some insights on how economics can improve and maybe diversify their way of tackling some of the health and environmental issues that are pressing today. What we did with my colleague was publish recently this article in Frontiers in Public Health, which is really more of an agenda. So it's a really new field for us we're trying to explore. And with the special topic of this edition of the IDOH Day on inequalities, it led me to kind of reflect on how inequalities could be introduced as well from the economics point of view. So I'll try to give you a very fresh and maybe naive insights on how economics can address the questions of inequalities when you're talking about One Health issues. I've also launched an online forum, which is the One Health Economics Forum, where we'll try and discuss those One Health issues from an economics and more generally social sciences point of view. But it's more at the citizen level, so just to get some vulgarization, popularization of some ideas, because I think it's important to get those ideas flowing in the civil society as well. And finally, about this program, we're trying to conduct a PhD project, which would be applied both in the north with real-life expertise with ANSES, which, as I said, we are collaborating with, and also in the south with a field study with our colleagues in Senegal. So if among you there are potential candidates, or do you know people who might be interested, don't hesitate to contact me. And here I'm more surveying the staff. If you have any funding ideas as well, because it's not easy to find interdisciplinary funding for PhD grants, so don't hesitate as well. All ideas are welcome. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with an example, because this may be the most concrete way to show you how economics can actually address One Health issues. Among you, how many people are familiar with the problem of vulture population decline in India? Okay, this is sort of a very common example of how the One Health issue, the One Health approach, could be particularly relevant to tackle some problems, because the vulture population, well, most of us don't think of vultures are very, maybe are the kindest animals. They don't enjoy the same sympathy as whales or dolphins, but they're actually very important in as providers of ecosystem services, because they dispose of the dead bodies of cattle, other animals, and by doing so, they avoid many environmental and health problems. And there's a publication by Markandia et al. That dates back from 2008. So I tried to take this article as an example of what One Health economics can be before One Health was sort of invented, as, or at least institutionalized, because what they're doing here is what I would call One Health economics, although it was before the One Health approach gained more momentum as it has today. So what they do is they show that there's been a massive decline in vulture population in India over the 1990s, and this was due to the use of an anti-inflammatory drug, which is diclofenac, which some of you might use after a hard run or muscle issues. And it's been overused in the cattle farming, and this has led vultures to poison themselves when they eat a dead cow body. Why is this a problem? Well, because this leads to two different channels of health problems. On the one side, you have in red the fact that if the decline population drops, and it has dropped by more than 90%, so it's a very sharp drop, then you will have more dead bodies, dead carcasses for feral dogs. And this leads to an increase in the population of feral dogs, which leads in an increase in animal bites, which leads in turn to an increase in rabies. So there we go to back to the Joanne's presentation before. Of course, this has some severe human health issues on morbidity and eventually on mortality as well. On the other side, you have another channel, which is that if you have dead carcasses that are not disposed of by vultures, then those carcasses will remain, for example, in a river stream or just on the earth, and this will lead to air and water contamination and possibly to anthrax and waterborne diseases. So you have another channel of affection of human health through this, this decline of vulture population. So as you see, it's a very interesting example of the situation where the One Health prism is crucial, because you have farm animals, wild animals, sort of domestic and wild animals with dogs in red, then you have the environment in green, and eventually you have human health in blue. And what does economics contribute to this kind of problem? Well, what they did is they used all the techniques we have in economics to give value to health and environmental issues. For example, our colleague Juliette before was talking about DALIs, the way to measure the impact on the well-being of a person due to a disease. Well, you can use all this to give a sort of monetary estimation of the cost of the decline of vultures just in terms of health consequences for humans. And the estimation they get is over a 14 years period, it's around $34 billion. So this comes back to what I was telling you in introduction, the way that economics can give you an order of magnitude of the consequences of a decline in a wild animal population, which spontaneously you wouldn't think as very important, but they actually, their decline actually has dire consequences on health. And you can, if you can give an estimate to this cost, so you're doing valuation, then you can switch to action, because you will put this cost in perspective compared to the measures that you could implement to try and curb this decline in vulture populations. So what can you do when you're facing this problem? Well, you can do a cost-benefit analysis. Once you know the cost in monetary terms of those illnesses and those deaths that are induced by the decline of vultures, well, maybe you can actually justify investment in finding substitutes for diclofenac, or finance some programs for the breeding of vultures to reintroduce them and get the population back into shape as fast as possible. So this is the way economics valuation can lead to action in a context where you can really clearly see how imbricated animal, environmental, and human health are. And this is interesting because just recently when I was preparing this talk, I realized that there was a second article that was coming out in a top-notch economic journal, which is the American Economic Review, which tackles the same problem, but they do it on a more general geographical scale with more numbers. They also use artificial intelligence, as Joanne was showing us, to get very detailed data on the impact of this vulture decline. And this shows that these economists who are not directly concerned with One Health actually are doing One Health economics in a way. So if I want to sum up what economics with a little bit of perspective can contribute to the One Health approach, I would just mention three concepts that are keys to this contribution. The first is externalities. Externality is an economic concept that describes the fact that some agents have actions that have consequences on other agents which do not go through the market. For an economist, any action should go more or less through a market. But then when you realize that a firm is polluting a river and another firm is trying to use the water downstream, but because the water is polluted, it cannot benefit from clean water, it has to invest in purification, etc., then you have a negative externality. But you also have positive externalities, which one of the most common examples, if you have a bee farm, for example, that is next to a tree, like maybe some fruit trees plantation, well, then the fruit trees will benefit from the pollination service of the bees without having to pay for it, and that's a positive externality. And economists have been thinking about externalities for a very long time. They've designed many instruments to try and internalize those externalities. That means to make the people that are responsible for it pay for the negative externalities, or to award some benefits to the people who provide positive externality. And in the One Health framework, we are really talking about externalities in terms of negative externalities when you have a disease that goes through all the sectors, animal, human, environmental health. But also on the positive side, if you realize that investing in prevention, for example, in animal health, could actually result in the avoidance of a pandemic for humans later. So this is quite an interesting concept that needs to be applied to the One Health approach. Another concept is the burden which is something that's really used in health economics, and as was done by the authors of the paper I presented before, the idea is to estimate the cost of a disease in terms of direct cost, what it costs to treat the patients, indirect cost, what it costs for the patient not to be able to work, for example, and intangible costs, what the patient's loss of welfare can be, how it can be estimated in monetary cost. So this is usually done in health economics, and focusing only, of course, on the human health. But if you take it one scale above, then you could actually design a One Health burden to try and evaluate the consequences in monetary cost of a disease or a pandemic or antimicrobial resistance, which we mentioned before, in all three sectors. And once again, this value could be an interesting argument when you're trying to implement or just to get agreement for prevention measures at the One Health scale. As I said, this talk led me to try and think about inequalities, what it means in the One Health approach. So I'm going to just sum up some ideas of the kind of inequalities that can arise from an economist's perspective. I found three main types of inequalities. The first is the most obvious one. It's intragenerational inequalities. It means that today there are some pretty significant inequalities in the world in terms of development, access to healthcare, and this is something economics are used to tackle through the branch of development economics, and I will try and give you two examples of how it can be addressed through economics instruments. But there's also, and this was mentioned by Juliette before, intergenerational inequalities. You cannot just focus on the present and forget that our actions today might have very long-term consequences. And this is particularly true with climate change, and climate economics is now a very developed subfield of economics, and we've been working for decades on how to introduce equality between the present generation and the future generations, knowing that our actions today are actually depleting the climate future generations will enjoy. And it's the same with antimicrobial resistance. What we do today might not affect us enormously now, but the next generations could be really deprived of any tools to fight diseases if we produce too much of this public bad. And finally, this was also hinted at before, there's the question of interspecies inequalities. This is something that you have to take into consideration because the One Health approach, when you look at it, is, as far as I know and as far as it's presented, is really an anthropocentric approach. It means that the end, the objective that people are really looking at is human health. But today, many scientists, whether in hard sciences or in social sciences, and the civil society as well, are paying more attention to animal welfare. So there are some trade-offs that you could study between the measures you can take. For example, is it okay to kill an entire population of deers in one forest to prevent this kind of zoonose to develop? Or is it okay to give this kind of treatment to farm animals, knowing the side effects, to avoid the development of an avian flu or something like this? And there's a subfield in economics that is growing, very recent, about animal welfare, which could also contribute to reintroducing the animal welfare perspective into the One Health approach. So I'm going to give you two examples of intragenerational inequalities and how economics can look at those issues. First, from a perspective of valuation. As I told you, economics is the science of giving value to things. So the main difficulty that might arise when you try and apply One Health framework is to be homogeneous in thinking that you can apply the same framework in any context. And as Juliette said before, the implementation context, I think that was what she said, is really something you should take into consideration. And this is particularly true when you compare a disease in the north and a disease in the south. And I'm going to give you the example of tick-borne diseases because those are also very good examples of how the One Health perspective can be relevant. But the impact they have is really different in the north and the south. In the north, you can have impact on human health. Most of you are familiar with Lyme disease, but also tick-borne encephalitis that can be also quite severe. But most people affected by those tick-borne diseases are either forest workers or farmers, and in that case, usually they protect themselves better, or they're forest users who go on recreational activity. So the stake is not a very high economic stake here because we're talking more about leisure for part of the people affected. And it can have quite a limited impact on dairy production as well because tick-borne encephalitis can affect raw goat milk, so be careful if you eat some of the delicious raw milk cheese in France. In this region, we should be safe. But there have been some issues with this dairy production. What happens in the south with tick-borne diseases can be seen as much more serious. You have other kind of borreliosis. You have the Crimean Congo hemorrhagic fever, which unfortunately is coming as well to Europe, but that's another problem. And you have strong impact on animal health. Actually, it's one of the most important source of productivity loss for farmers in Africa, the impact of tick-borne diseases. And when you talk about farmers in Africa, well, of course, and this has also been mentioned before, the stakes are higher because you don't have social welfare to help them in case of a heavy loss of profit, and you have much higher stakes in terms of economic issues, but as well as a food safety issue as well. So my first point about inequality is that One Health approach should really always keep in mind that the impact of a zoonosis, for example, should be differentiated whether you're in the north or in the south. Now, talking about action, I wanted to show you what the World Bank is trying to do in terms of strategy against antimicrobial resistance. So this echoes Jorge's presentation from this morning. And it's quite interesting because the World Bank, as is trying to design instruments that use economics and finance to address this kind of issues. And one instrument I found very interesting is what they call the AMR lens on development finance. So the idea is that if you apply for a development project that is financed by the World Bank, and if you include in your project what they call AMR sensitive package, because, for example, you're going to focus on water supply, or you're going to focus on sanitation, then your project is contributing not only to development, but also to the fight against antimicrobial resistance. And consequently, your project will be favored compared to other similar projects. So that's a good way, I think, to try and fight both inequalities by encouraging development projects and AMR resistance on the other side. The World Health Organization also has a lot of strategies, as was presented this very morning, on prevention. And I just wanted to add a word on prevention, because prevention works if the individual actually change their behaviors. And this is where I come back to Laura's presentation just before, and to what I was saying about economics as a science of behavior. If you understand better the way people make their decisions, the way their perception, the way their beliefs actually influence the choice they make at the time where they choose to, for example, put on some repellent against ticks, buy a mosquito net against mosquitoes, or give special treatment to their animals if they are farmers. Well, then if you can understand better the roots of those choices, then you can better nudge those choices. You can better give them incentives to change them in a more integrated One Health approach to curb the diffusion of zoonoses, for example. So that's what behavioral economics can do. So what I tried to do very briefly here was to give you some ideas on how economics can provide tools for evaluation and action, as I showed you that both evaluation and action were linked. In terms of inequalities, how you should have a differentiated approach when you apply a One Health framework in the north and in the south. And as a contribution from social science, I of course will insist, and this was what Jorge was saying this morning when he said we need social sciences, that more interdisciplinary collaboration are needed in research, and this is what I'm trying to do with my colleagues, but also in education. So I'm really curious during the rest of the day to also have some feedback with the students of this program to see how social science are presented or not presented in their degree during their education here. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, open the floor to questions. Yeah, got one on the left, one in the middle.
Thank you so much for the very interesting presentation. My name is Alice Brand. I work for the GIZ, and I work on a project on pandemic prevention, but at the macroeconomic level. So we actually try to convince of the economic benefits of primary pandemic prevention by targeting governments. And so I was just interested if you have some data or something, or you investigated also the behavioral economics at a macroeconomic scale on the policy level, because in my humble opinion, like pandemic prevention, yes, we individuals make our choices also, but it has to come like from the bigger wheels really to have an impact.
Sure, thank you for this remark. It's really exactly what we will try to do in the future. As I said, this is a very recent research program. Maybe I can show you just this figure that was, that can be found in the only really macroeconomics, One Health macroeconomics is the World Bank report of 2022. And they have this figure which is really, I think, quite relevant in terms of global contribution. They state that prevention through the One Health approach could generate savings as high as 6 billion per year. So this is like an order of magnitude, once again, to try and convince the policymakers that they should really get on with it. And on a more specific level, you have here the impact on the GDPs of different groups of countries. On the left side, you have the impact of the financial crisis, and in the middle and on the right, you have the impact of antimicrobial resistance. So what happens if in a low antimicrobial resistance scenario, you will have a drop in GDP by this order of magnitude by 2050. But if we are in a high AMR scenario, then the drop could be even sharper. And this is interesting because it also shows you with the black minus 5.6% line here, that the low-income countries, in that case, would be the most affected. So to come back to the topic of the day, inequalities, in terms of macroeconomic inequalities, there you have a very concrete estimation of those impacts.
Thanks, and just one follow-up question. On a personal level, don't you think it's sad that in order to convince policymakers and like decision takers to prevent the next pandemic, you have to argue with numbers and not with lives that will be saved?
Yeah, that's a very good question I usually get as an economist. You know, in French, there's this saying that economics is the science lugubre, the somber, the dark science, because we always come back to numbers, and we also do terrible things such as give a value to death, to human death, which is something most people are not comfortable with. From my experience, especially working with ANSES, where we have to deal with policymakers, unfortunately, I mean, I wish it wasn't that way, but unfortunately, if you're pragmatic, you realize that it's not the only way, but it's a good way to get some things done. And the vulture example, for example, I'm sure most people spontaneously wouldn't think that vultures, the value of vultures in terms of ecosystem services would be as high, and those numbers really help put things into perspective if you have to make a trade-off with your budget between investing in the vulture population or investing in a new parking lot. Maybe that will help if there's the figures are here to help. There's a famous French economist, Claude Henry, who used to say that microeconomics is the language of negotiation. So the figures themselves, they're not that important in terms of maybe they're not actually totally accurate, but they help to negotiate and make things more clear for policymakers to decide.
Thank you.
I don't know if it's on. Okay. Well, thank you very much for your presentation and for this very timely topic. My question was about impact assessment of One Health measures, and more specifically on the time frame, because as we all know, One Health measures are usually very much thinking about the future type of thing. And that's why it's also very hard to advocate for them in policy, because maybe the impacts will be seen in 10, 20 years. So do you have any thoughts on how to deal with this time frame that can be a long time frame to evaluate the impact of those measures?
I wish I could say I do, but I don't. This is just a very more global problem. As you said, it's just prevention is not does not make any good political marketing, and we all know that you get more votes if you go to a disaster site after the disaster with a yellow helmet on, and you try and you give a lot of money to the people who are who have been affected, than if you invest 10 years before in something that people would think maybe it's not useful at all, and we will never see it, and then you don't get results. So I am personally very pessimistic about how prevention in general can be integrated into political programs. I guess I'm French, so the French political landscape does not give me much hope as well on how you can really think long term. It's I have the psychologists are working a lot on this, because, for example, the disaster in Southern Asia with the tsunami in Thailand, 10 years before the tsunami, there was a scientist who proposed to build an alarm system that would have cost, I think, just maybe about like $500 million to get an efficient alarm system all across Thailand, and people just laughed at him. And 10 years after, the tsunami came, and the cost in terms of destruction and human lives is just like several billions. So this is something maybe, well, I guess the only hope, and this is a personal conviction, is I think the One Health approach has this advantage of being quite easy to transmit, and people can relate to it more easily. So maybe more than talking about sustainable development, talking about One Health, also because there's this anthropocentric dimension that people feel concerned if they will get a disease. Maybe with some time, the idea that everything is connected will get a little bit farther in the minds of the citizens and also of the politicians, and prevention might get some more attention, maybe.
Please join me in thanking Mark. Yeah. And now we move on to our graduate talks from more IDO alumni. Well, it's always good to see more and more IDO every year coming back and giving back to a presentation space. So we'll get our first one underway. Please welcome Jay Wong.
So good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming, and I'm grateful to be up on the stage talking about the internship that I conducted with Swiss TPH, and just imparting some lessons learned from the implementation of this app. And so I was going in and technically assisting the Ivorian healthcare professionals in using the app. So let's begin. So, rabere means rage in Greek, and rabus means to do violence in Sanskrit, Indian. And there's no wonder why this is the rabies virus etiology, because it is a really savage disease that has been feared by mankind for thousands of years. So this dog is probably rabid and was filmed in Morocco, and the virus has now entered the brain into its salivary glands and ready to infect the next victim. So not only is does it make dogs furious, it is also a very stealthy virus, because as soon as symptoms are apparent, death is 100% inevitable. But it is entirely treatable if treatment is given as soon as possible and compliance is full. However, lots of people in the world have inadequate access to healthcare and resources, which is why 59,000 deaths per year occur, mostly in Africa and Asia. If 70% of dogs are vaccinated, theoretically herd immunity could be reached, and the viral transmission could be interrupted at its source, which is the dog reservoir in most cases. And a One Health approach is really pivotal to combating this disease. And across the world, the veterinary sector and the public health sector do work together to combat this disease. A global 0 by 30 strategy was adopted by the Tripartite Alliance, including WHO, FAO, and WOA, to end dog-mediated rabies by 2030. So this is in 2016, Swiss TPH, and in partnership with the Swiss Scientific Research Center in Côte d'Ivoire, implemented this project to estimate the rabies burden. And a few limitations were found. This includes vaccine wastage, lack of intersectorial communication, and follow-up constraints. And so in 2020, there was a Block Rabies project that was launched to really improve this. And the main aim is to really ensure that patients are able to receive their treatment as fast as possible. This is achieved by improving the communication, digitizing the health records, and transparently managing vaccine stocks, all on a secure blockchain platform. And I was tasked to really come in and ask, why are people not adopting the app? Like, what are the barriers, and what are some potential solutions to combat this? So I was based in Abidjan, and I was working with the local project management team and traveling between San Pedro and Boaké, the two pilot sites, where I'd work with the vets at Mira and the public health nurses in INHP. And so what I facilitated were workshops in April and May, and this included coaching sessions, one-on-one sessions, where we would really help the actors to best use the app along their journey, because competencies were differing, ages were different, for example. And in between, we also really encouraged that they use the app on the tablets using fictive cases before the real productive system was put in place. So some type of data collection methods that we were adopting were questionnaires, both open and closed questions. We also asked actors' perceptions along the evolution of the intervention, application update requests, time to complete each application section, and some login history. And so what I was doing then, over the 4 months I was in Côte d'Ivoire, I was helping to quality assure and test the application, really co-designing with the end users to best tailor it not only in French, but to the Ivorian working context. And then feedbacking to the management team and also the programmer to best tailor it to their needs. So, introducing the apps a little bit. This is the main app is the Block Rabies app, which was digitizing the vaccine supply chain, the patient health records, the vet health records, but also the dog diagnostic results, all on the same platform. And there was a vaccine scanning app as well, using a QR code where the vaccine stockers could do a whole inventory check, and then it would be uploaded onto the app, where the nurses could then select the vaccines that were being used on the patients, and we could kind of trace the vaccine stocks. So in all, there were about 150 update requests that were collected. So if we take, for instance, a person comes in with their dog that has bitten someone, what happens as soon as they come in is that the dog is given a rapid diagnostic test and put under surveillance for at least 10 days. And it's only once they start developing symptoms that the dog's head is cut off and sent to the laboratory for an immunofluorescence test. So really, within the application, the surveillance section needs to come before the diagnostic reports. So this was one of the updates. And on the index page, for instance, in order to get to the case file quickly, for instance, when someone comes for their second vaccination, it's great that more filtering options are available. So, for instance, with animal name or property owner, these were kind of the things that were requested. And also, the programmer was from Basel, so German-speaking and didn't speak French. So sometimes things got lost in translation, and we were also doing some translation changes. and I'd use a PO editor for that. Anyway, so this was a great result that we saw, was that with the scanning app, it took the vaccine stockers less than 5 minutes to scan 300 rabies vaccines, and this is a whole inventory check that usually takes a whole day. So they were really happy with this and were saying that they would want to adopt this right away. So also along the course of the workshops, through your questionnaires, we were asking, like, what advantages do you see within this application? And the major one was that data is securely stored. And for the nurses, they believed that better patient management was a great bonus, and also, and then for the vets, it was that data is shared instantly between the institutions. So we also saw that confidence increased for end users over time. For instance, the nurses, 47% more nurses felt they had good proficiency of the application in May. So in order to assess whether workshops were being, the need for more workshops and whether they were going well, we tested, we timed how long it took each user to go through their workflow, and we saw that over time the time it took decreased, which is great, except for a couple of outliers, and this might be due to the fact that they were getting distracted, and so accuracy of the timing wasn't optimal, and I was working with quite a few people at the same time, so potentially that was also a reason for that. We also saw the same trend for the veterinarians, and we saw that the time also decreased to complete the application sections. So we identified barriers that were technical and organizational, and the main issue we saw actually was that internet connection issue was a problem. 58% mentioned it as their biggest worry. And so during the workshops as well, there were some power cuts, which meant that we couldn't use the application during the workshops. So really, a generator would be a good solution, or creating an offline function where drafts could be saved, and drafts could be saved, and then when online again, it can be saved. It can be put on the system, and the interface could also be a bit more intuitive. So we were making sure that the least amount of clicks occurred, and then account privacy was also something seen. We'd like to potentially give a two-factor authentication. And so more equipment was also requested. We'd like to distribute it more evenly through the institutions. Lack of trainers was mentioned by a couple, and longer workshops and promoting really peer learning would be a solution there. And making sure that incentives are carried on, and improving the communication. So in conclusion, with training and practice, the actors improved their use of the applications. Peer learning should be encouraged, as well as offering continued coaching sessions. The majority believed actually that eventual transition could be achieved by the end of the year after more tablets are distributed and a stable internet connection is assured. So Rabies serves as a prime example of One Health, emphasizing the need to collaborate transdisciplinarily, and the application will hopefully be tailored and piloted in Mali soon, once funding has come through again. And with promising results, we hope to, this application has promised to also be translated and used in other pertinent zoonoses as well as rabies. A big thanks to the Block Rabies team, to my supervisors, and the local team for welcoming me and teaching me. And we've been accepted to join the World One Health Congress, where we will be talking about the implementation work and our project in Cape Town in the 3rd week of September. So thank you very much. for your attention. Please scan this QR code, and I'd be happy to talk with you after if you have any questions. Thank you.
Yes, we don't quite have time for questions. We're a little bit behind, but if you do have any questions, please feel free to chase up Jade during the lunch cocktail. And so, following on, second half of our graduate talks, please welcome to the stage Charusha Paul.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I would like to talk about what I did during my master thesis during this IDOH program. I worked on TR1, a stress granule protein is a host factor for onion virus infection. So I would like to start with why this is important. When we hear about symptoms like joint pain, fever, headache, rashes, or nausea, we often think of diseases like dengue, malaria, or chikungunya causing them. But during an outbreak in 1959 in Uganda of Africa, a novel virus was isolated causing these overlapping symptoms. This virus was mostly spread by Anopheles mosquito and was named onion virus upon its most prominent feature being joint pain, which was locally called onion. The epidemic of 1959 continued for 3 more years, spreading to different parts of Africa and causing over 2 million cases. Besides small outbreaks and sporadic cases, another epidemic in 1996 caused over 1 million more cases, which was limited to Uganda alone. Even though the endemic circulation of this virus is currently endemic to Africa, recently a report of an isolated event has been found in Germany due to traveling from the endemic region. This highlights the potential of global spread due to a vector virus competence development in this era of globalization. Further research on this virus and its mechanistic approach is necessary because we don't have a vaccine or therapeutic targeting it. Also, we lack knowledge of its potential as a virus to spread and cause rather severe diseases. Furthermore, we don't know what are the reservoirs which are holding this virus. Another interesting thing is that we think that these virus cases are rather an underestimation, not only because of its overlapping symptoms with different arboviral diseases, but also because it has an 85% sequence similarity with chikungunya virus. Chikungunya virus and onion virus sequence similarity makes it difficult for identification by serology due to antibody cross-reactivity. Both chikungunya and onion virus are parts of alpha viruses, which are enveloped viruses with a single-stranded RNA genome. The genomes are divided into 2 open reading frames, the first one coding for the non-structural proteins, and the other one codes for the structural proteins. Working on the mechanistic approach of this virus and its molecular details could lead us to potential drug targets, which could be used to counter the virus, which are not only affecting onion virus, but also its relatives as overall alpha viruses. Our group has been working a lot with novel factors of different alpha viruses, and during one such experiment, a human protein TR1 came up as a host factor for chikungunya infection, as the knockdown of it could reduce chikungunya infection. But we still don't have any study which could show that the knockdown of this protein is related to onion virus infection, which laid the foundation of my research. So let's see, what does this host protein do? This protein is an RNA binding protein having 3 RNA recognition motifs and a Q-reach region which can bind to different proteins and interact. During normal condition, the cell has the distribution of this protein in the nucleus and the cytoplasm in an even manner. But when a cell is under stress condition, the cell tries to sequester all the mRNAs that are not needed for cell survival using these RNA binding proteins like TR1 and others to form these cytoplasmic granules called stress granules. These stress granules can then reduce the stress like viral infection by interferon signaling, regulation of viral and host gene expression, and also apoptotic regulation. But different viruses have found out ways to manipulate this stress granule regulation by induction of stress granule regulation, inhibition, or doing it in a temporary manner. But what is the dynamic of onion virus in this stress granule regulation? Which don't know. Which brings us to the objective of my study, to investigate the involvement of TR1 in stress granule regulation during onion virus infection. I will briefly present my findings during the short period of time. I first started with establishment of the onion virus infectious work in my lab. I had two infectious clones. One is the NSP3, which has a ZS green tag tagged to its non-structural protein 3, while the other one has a ZS green tag from its second subgenomic promoter. After effective in vitro transcription and electroporation, I was able to collect the virus as 24, 48, and 72 hours post-electroporation, getting high titers which peaked at 48 hours post-electroporation. Now that I have the virus, I wanted to answer if TR1 was at all important for onion virus infection as it was for chikungunya infection, for which I advanced with a knockdown approach in HEC293T TIM1 cells and a more relevant dermofibroblasts, because this is the cells which would be the first target when a mosquito bites the patient. For this, I targeted the siRNAs on both of the cells, which would target the protein of interest like TR1, and then infected the cells and followed by live cell analysis. This gave me the implications that when there was no knockdown of the cells within, no knockdown of the proteins within the cells, the normal levels of infection could be judged by the ZS green intensities represented in the left. While when TR1 was knocked down, the intensities of this infection went far low, giving lower levels of infection. I could follow the ZS green over time, ZS green expression over time, and develop a growth curve, which is represented as a normal infection curve in gray, and the knockdown effects of TR1 in yellow. I took a closer look at 24 hours to find out that in both of the cell lines, HEC cells and the dermofibroblasts, the knockdown of TR1 was reducing the infection level greatly, while the knockdown of related stress granule proteins, which is TRL and G3BP1, was rather increasing the infection level, which gave me the conclusions that TR1 has proviral effects, while TRL and G3BP1 has antiviral effects on onion virus infection. I further validated my results using knockdown controls with qPCR at transcription knockdown and Western blot technique for proteomic knockdown levels. Now that I know that there is an effect, I wanted to judge if this effect was in replication, for which I used a luciferase-based transreplicon system. I had two replicons. The first one is the normal replicon only containing the non-structural proteins, making it replication efficient, while the other one has a mutation at the non-structural protein 4, which is the RNA-dependent RNA polymerase, making this replicon replication deficient. When either of these replicons were co-transfected into the HEC293T TIM1 cells with a template plasmid, which beard the untranslated region of the onion virus 5', followed by luciferase genes, these NSP4 would recognize the untranslated region and transcribe the luciferase gene downstream, which could be read by the luciferase activity. Thus, by the luciferase activity would indirectly give us an indication of the replication ability of either of this replicon. So when I looked into the graphs, I found that the normal replicon abilities are demonstrated in red and blue, while the replication deficient abilities are represented in dotted lines. I compared my replication system with an already established replicon system in the VEV, which is demonstrated in the gray, and I saw that my replicons were not performing as good as VEV, but we knew that this was the systems which not always perform the best. I was happy with the fact that they gave stable reads at 24 and 48 hours and continued with my experiment, where I first knocked down the TR1 and other proteins in HEC293T TIM1 cells, and then did this replicon assays and measured the luciferase to find that the replicon system would go down in expression when TR1 was knockdown, while TRL did not have an effect in replication, and G3BP1 had an increased effect upon knockdown. Thus, TR1 is a replication factor for ongoing virus, while G3BP1 blocks in replication. Now that I know that there is an effect in replication, I wanted to narrow it down if there is something to do with the stress granule regulation, for which I first took as a control chemical induction of stress granules with arsenite, where I saw that TR1 and G3BP proteins would co-localize, forming these granular patterns which are otherwise absent when the cells are in normal condition. I saw similar patterns of these granular structures when dermal fibroblasts were infected with ongoing virus, and these granular structures would co-localize with the replication complex NSP3 and the double-stranded RNAs, but in different manner. We saw a complete co-localization of NSP3 and G3BPs, but only partial co-localization with its double-stranded RNA. I tried to do the stainings with the TR1 protein, but did not have time to look into it. But I saw that the G3BP granules that I had was rather consistent over time, and I could detect the granules as early as I could detect the proteins in the cells. So I did not have the TR1 stainings. I rather thought that maybe an in silico approach could give me an idea if TR1 was interacting with the replication complex, for which I tried to obtain and predict protein structures using AlphaFold, and then measured the quality assessment of these structures, and later I protein dock the TR1 with ongoing virus NSP3 and chikungunya NSP3 and interpreted their interaction. I could see that both of the NSP3s of chikungunya and ongoing virus has a scope of interaction with TR1, having similar contact sites and similar contact scopes, and mainly localizing to its hypervariable regions, but we still don't know the functions of this hypervariable region. But we could definitely predict that TR1 has an interaction scope with the replication complex. So I would like to summarize my findings. I first established the infectious work in the replicon system in the lab, which could be useful BSL-2 tools for working with different alpha viruses. I found out that the novel host factors, TR1 is proviral, while TRL and G3BP1 have antiviral effects. TR1 and G3BP1 effects were prominent in the replication, while TRL was not found to be contributing to the replication and indicates other possible outcomes. I found that G3BP granules are induced upon ongoing virus infection, and that TR1 has a scope of interaction with the non-structural protein 3. Now let's try to discuss why these findings are important, because we think that TR1 could help in stress granule formation, where it could accumulate all the necessary items for the replication of the virus, like the initiation factors, ribosomal subunits. But this hypothesis is opposed by the fact that two different proteins, G3BP1 and TRL, have an opposing effect in the same replication complex. This is not something which defines it. So we think that rather the TR1 would stabilize the viral RNA for replication, while the sequestration of the G3BPs are by the NSP3s, which would inhibit the stress granule formation. This is supported by the fact that the double-stranded RNAs would only partially co-localize with the G3BPs and allow the replication compartment to be separate. If this hypothesis is true, we could find out through further research, different antivirals which would target the interaction of TR1 with replication complexes and double-stranded RNA. Also try to induce stress granules, as it would be a stress granule inhibiting protein. But to work on it, we still have a lot of things to do. First, confirming that if these granules that we see are stress granules, to look over the single kinetics of the single cells by live microscopy, confirming the effects by overexpression, and also looking into the interactome upon stress granule regulation. With this, I would like to thank everyone for your attention, particularly acknowledging my coordinators and peers from the masters, my team from THO Hanover, my supervisor and co-supervisor. Thank you very much.
Similarly, if you have any questions for Chirushula, please just chase her up during the lunch cocktail. Yeah. Well, good. Now, without our sponsors, we wouldn't be able to bring everyone together and put on an event like IDOH Day. And so now, giving the stage over to Philippe Blanchard, who will be talking about our primary sponsor, Lal-Val Health.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes. Oh, I don't need that. Thank you to the organizer for giving me the opportunity to present you very briefly. Be reassured, I won't be long. This huge program that which is just starting at the University of Tours that we call Lal-Val Health. And just to tell you the story of this program, about 2 years ago, the French government launched a call named Excellence in all its form to found and to recognize a university that would develop, that would strengthen their axis of excellence. And that was in training and research, and that was a very competitive call with an evaluation by an international jury. And only several universities were granted from this call. And we were very glad to be finally laureate of this call with a project that we named Lal-Val Health. So it's a clin d'œil in French, a nod in English, a clin d'œil for the geographical localization of our university. We are in the Loire Valley regions, and it's a project on health, of course. Not all the area on health, because we cannot claim excellence in all the areas of health, but in the 3 different thematics that are here: infectious disease, One Health, of course, biopharmaceuticals, and mental health and neuroscience. I should say that it's not only the project of the University of Tours. Tours University is the leader of the project, but this is with our partner, the University of Orléans, which is the other big university in the Loire Valley region. The 2 university hospitals of Tours and Orléans, because there is a strong interaction with the medical research. And the 3 main research organisms here with our research team in Tours, INRAE, INSERM, and CNRS. So how can we claim excellence in these different thematics? I will start with the mental health and neuroscience. We have here in Tours a very important research federation in neuroimaging with a lot of researchers working on that. We have national excellence centers on autism and ERC, an European Research Council grant on autism. The colleagues working on this field work really on interdisciplinary research, associating medicine researcher and researcher in humanities and social science. So that's the type of interdisciplinary research we would like to develop also in other fields of our program. And they develop also research with patient association, what we call participative research. And we have a connection with a LabEx, a Laboratory of Excellence, IRON, on radiopharmaceutical, which are very important tools in neuroimaging. Biopharmaceutical, we have a LabEx, a Laboratory of Excellence, MabImprove, run by Tours here, on therapeutic antibodies. We have a very important facility which is called the BioCube Institute, which is a facility to develop bioproduction. We have programs with the pharmaceutical industry, with Servier notably, programs called BioS. We have been laureate of a program, national programs on biotherapy. And we have regional programs on biopharmaceuticals with a lot of projects on biodrugs funds by the region Loire Valley. And we are part of another LabEx, SINORG, on small chemical molecules that are very complementary to biopharmaceuticals and that could be associated for drug design. Coming to infectious disease One Health, a subject that you know very well, we have this master Erasmus Mundus, you are part of it, of course, which is very important for us as a training and very important training modules here in Tours with this IDOH master. But we have also a good position when we look at the classification, such as the Shanghai ranking. We are in good position in veterinary medicine, mainly due to our work on animal infectious disease. We have this FERI, Research Federation in Infectious Disease, run by Nathalie over there, which is very important. That associates more than 300 workers, researchers in Region Loire-Vallée, and in other closest regions from Tours. We have also important facilities such as the PFIE, which is an European infrastructure, very important to study infectious disease in big animals. And we have original vaccine programs. As you know, Tours is an historical place for the vaccine research because 40 years ago, I know that the first hepatitis B vaccine was developed in Tours by Philippe Maupas. You have been in the School of Pharmacy. The IDOH master take place in the School of Pharmacy, which is named Philippe Maupas. And we have still vaccine programs important developed here in Tours. We have notably a project on hepatitis C vaccine and also a project of a nasal vaccines against SARS-CoV-2, which are currently developed here in Tours. So I will be brief, but the program will be run in 3 different work packages. First, the creation of the alliance with our partners. So our partners, as I said, the University of Orléans, the hospitals, and the research organism. We will develop a lot of workshops, seminars, conference cycles in the 3 main area. We develop interdisciplinary seminars with humanities and social science, or between the 3 main thematics of the programs, develop new, innovative, and original projects. We will be sharing, structuring, and approving the visibility of research facility in the Loire Valley by creation of networks. And we will encourage and reinforce the actions with for and with the society, what we call the SAPS in French, and improve international networking, in particularity with the universities that are associated with the University of Tours in an alliance called Neolaya. And the second work package will be to transform the research. What I mean is try to get as much as possible towards interdisciplinary research between the different fields through what we call cross-fertilizations. So interdisciplinary research between the 3 axes of excellence, but also between human and animal health, as we already do, especially in infectious disease. Between the research in health and biology and humanities and social science, and also with other fields of science which are present at the University of Tours, such as computer science, material science, and electronics. So we will found master scholarships, we will found PhD scholarship with these programs, and of course the funds of the project associated to these scholarships. We will stimulate the interdisciplinarity and participatory research through the creation of different structures with this program, what we call an interdisciplinary incubator for researchers to work together and to discuss together to create this concept of innovative and interdisciplinary research projects. A science shop, which is more for action with the society, to exchange with the society for the evolution of our research. And we will develop fora of caregivers and patients with patient associations. The colleagues working on autism do already that, and we will try to transpose this type of expertise in other fields. And we have the project also to publish books for the general public, thanks to the university press of the University of Tours. And finally, this is going to be my last slide. The third work package is the creation of cursus of excellence with the transformation of the master offer toward Europe. Of course, we have this IDO master that you want to keep, and to evolve progressively to also a European doctoral program on infectious disease. In mental health, we already have in Tours a master in neuroscience, but we would like to that this master could evolve to an international and interdisciplinary master in English on mental health and neuropsychiatry. And for the biopharmaceuticals, we have already in Tours a master on bioproduction that we would like to change and evolve toward an international master, also in English, of course, in bioproduction and biopharmaceutical. And we have the plan to create modular course of excellence as the form of dual MD PhD, but also PharmD PhD, or for the student in dentistry and veterinary medicine, what we call double cursus. To develop interdisciplinary cursus also to enhance the synergies between the different axes, and multimedia courses. We have some funding for that, and of course calls for international mobility for our master and PhD students. Finally, the target at 5-6 years is to create a graduate school, Lal-Val Health graduate school, with these new master programs and innovative modules. New modules also of training for the PhD students, including course and practical works with industrial partners that are with us for the development of these programs, and to, of course, develop as much as possible summer schools, including seminars on interdisciplinary approaches. That's a big program which is funded by the French government. It's a 12 million fundings, but for 8 years. But so we have a lot of work to do. I will coordinate this program with the project manager, with me, Dorothée Leroux, which is here. And thank you for your attention during this presentation of this program. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Philippe, and thank you to Lal-Val Health for the funding they've been able to put both towards the IDO program and to all these new and innovative programs that we're going to be seeing popping up. Now, I won't hold you back from lunch, but we do quickly have a photographer, so I invite you all to, from your little tote bags, break out your fans so that we can get a nice photo of all of you. Alrighty. Everyone in the back. Come, come, come. Alrighty. Everybody ready? À toi. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Merci beaucoup. Alrighty, everybody. Off to the lunch cocktail with you, and we'll see you back at 1:45.
Does it work? Okay. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a wonderful time during the lunch cocktail and had a chance to connect with your fellow attendees. So I'm Bima. I'm a second-year master's student at IDOH. So without further ado, let me introduce this second session of this third IDOH Day, which is One Health Policy in Action, Connecting Communities, Culture, and Continents. Our next speaker is Dr. Tongkran Miam, who is the Executive Director of Southeast Asia One Health University Network. We already have her in the online platform, so without further ado, let's welcome Dr. Tongkran. Thank you.
Okay, hello.
Hello.
You can start.
So is it okay now for the screen? So do you see my presentation?
Yes, Dr. Tongkran, we can see the presentation and you are audible. Yeah.
So it's good. So you want me to start the presentation right now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. Let me share again. It doesn't move.
It's still in presenter mode. You might just have to switch it over. Perfect.
Okay. So sorry for the technical difficulty. So let me start now. I guess it's your afternoon. So good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. So my name is Tongkran Miam, Executive Director of Southeast Asia One Health University Network, or COHUN. So it's my pleasure and my honor today to be here in this event. And I believe this is a very young professional group here with the former student, right? So I believe I have seen this is so many interesting speakers and the topics gathering in this event today. So I would like to thank you for the invitation and also to congratulate for the organizers. So for today, I would like to share my experience related to capacity building for the current and future workforce in Southeast Asia. Okay. So as you may know, because you are, like infectious disease and One Health group anyway, so you might recognize the avian influenzas or bird flu in 2003 that it has been emerged. And I think this is the starting point that people start to know or start to consider the interaction or interconnectedness between human and animals health. So during that time, I think many people were suffering. And also later on, it's also with the COVID-19 that people still starting to see more aspects on the, like there is a lot of driving factors in the health problem. So if we are talking about the global health challenges, so there are many global health challenges during this time. And if we're thinking about avian flu, Ebola, or antimicrobial resistance, or the COVID-19 just recently, you might have seen that so the problem will not stop here. It's going to be more or re-emerging, or the new disease might be emerging. So we use the term, we intend to use the term challenges instead of problem to see more the problem or the situation in more the positive way. So that is the challenge that we have to overcome. You might not solve the problem with one single solution. So that is the starting point, and why rational why One Health becoming more important or more famous. And because of the multi-factors that involved in this complexity of the global health challenge, I believe the multidisciplinary or the multi-sectoral collaboration is the key of success. So as long as you can work across sectors in a more harmonized way, that means that you might have a better approach and less, reduce the health impact of the, the disease, or, improving the situation in a better way. I don't need to go much talk to detail about One Health, but just to emphasize like why we are here and why so we need so many discipline, many professionals, many sectors that can get involved in the global health challenges. So coming to our experience, so I just would like to talk about our CEO Hun. So it sounds maybe it sounds strange for you. So CEO Hun stands for Southeast Asia One Health University Network. So we are a leading regional network of the One Health universities in Southeast Asia regions. So CEO Hun is initiative by United States of America International Development since 2011. We working with 8 country networks in Southeast Asia, which is Myanmar, Laos, Philippines, Vietnam, Thailand, Cambodia, Malaysia, and Indonesia. So among these 8 country networks, so let's say CEO Hun is a network of networks. So among these country network, we are working with 112 universities across the region. And you might see this is a kind of impact that we have along the way, because if you think about 100 universities from 8 countries, so it's cover almost a majority of the universities already. So if we are having any impact or want to implement anything, so that is kind of more in the convenient way with our, say, that network of a network. So why we have to be a network? So because I think we play a role. So CEO Hun is, like I told you, a regional center. So if you're thinking about implementing activity really on the ground for a country level, so we might not play that a big role because the country network will implement directly. Rather than that, we are, let's say, the regional play a role as the voice of academia. Because we cover almost all, not all, but most of the university in the regions. and play a role in the regional platform and the global platform, like a member of the Global Health Security Agendas. We are also a member of Southeast Asia Ministry of Education organization, which is really strong and endorsed by government. We also partner with the ASEAN One Health Network, which is new. So the ASEAN One Health Network is also under ASEAN Secretariat. And so there are not many, I think we are only academia represent in that platform. And then also partner with others, like regional platform here, like field epidemiologies. So you will see that kind of a regional center, a regional office will play a role and play a impact to the region one. So we are we advocate for more on the left side with the red one, so building capacities, having more activity on this part. And we also advocate for research, but it's a research that that we trying to like let the researcher, a young researcher, to practice implementing One Health in the research area, or in the future, like the new direction could be a kind of research that can impact or that can help providing scientific evidence to policymakers that help the One Health operation in the country smoother or have a better or a more effective way. We have a small part on the right side that during the COVID-19, like you have seen in many countries, that the universities or the academia can be a helping arms for the government sectors during the health emergency or health crisis. So this part is also really important because university also have the expertise which can complement to the government sectors. So because we are aiming more on the building capacities, so if we are thinking about the current One Health workforce, so it's the people who is already in the career path and working now at the health system. But if you're thinking about in the next 10 or 20 years, so I think the future One Health workforce is also important. So that's why Siu-Hun is also focused on both. So the one who already be in the One Health workforce, which is the current one, and also the one that is going to be our futures. For our project or program, we're receiving majority fund from the USAID, One Health Work, USAID, so USA, International Development Program. So we have this program as the global program. You might notice, so we are Southeast Asia. We also have a sister network in Africa called AfroHun. Both of us, so both of the network were managed or overseen by the global consortium to implement this project. So we have three big objectives, which is mainly on training, empowerment, assessment. That's all related to capacity building, which we also have the gender and equality, equality and inclusive as the cross-cutting theme. Another project called Transition Award is also a complement project to the first one that we also, as I mentioned about the current and future workforce, it can be in many forms of learning. It can be experiential learning. It can be curriculum development trainings and the online modules, things like that. So this is one part that we partner with Regional Public Health Laboratory Network. I have the intention to bridging between the network from the government sector, which is the Public Health Lab, with the academic lab. That is our thought to having some like complement to each others. Just give you some ideas or example what we are doing with the pre-service or our futures. Let's say the students. We also have the One Health Scholarship Program. Like promoting or giving a scholarship to the student who having the course related to One Health or having a small project related to One Health. Some student engagement program. We CEO Hun also promoting a One Health Student Club that we have. I cannot remember the number, but we have so many student club in the regions, and that they help raising awareness or having the One Health activities, engage communities also. And another important one, apart from what you study in the classroom, might not be good or really effective as you have your own experience in the project. So we also have a kind of internship program, so placing the student in the One Health project and having the experience of the student to expose to the real situation. So let me skip some. So we have some success story for the student. For the in-service, we are also promoting a One Health Award program. It can be training course or it can be the research program that can, like using One Health practice in the research project or using One Health in the trainings. And the fellowship program is also for the one who's already in service, so the current workforce who want to open their eyes and have more experience, have a broader vision to complete their perspective. That we also place some people, current workforce to international organization to have, like exposed to the One Health project. So this is just the example that like if the fellows, our fellows was placing into other project and having more experience, have a more diverse experiencing both culture and a practical experience. So this is the last part that we are trying to having the knowledge management or sharing One Health resource. So we are really open. One Health, the activity called One Health Workforce Academy, which is the learning platform. And you will see on the right-hand side, so this is the course modules for One Health related or One Health domains. And this is just the example from the global level that we call OWA, so OHWA. We adopt this idea to having the regional one, that is called Southeast Asia One Health Workforce Academy here. So now we are in the developing process, so I'm not able to share with you now. But it does not compete to the global one or not competitive to the free online available that having like exist in many platforms. For the COA, we will focus on the courses that will be developed in the local language. So this will be aimed to more subnational or more general public rather than the advanced course one. So in our COR, you will not see a lot of course here, like you see here in your right-hand side, but we will have more variety in the language. So for Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, and Philippines, so each of the country member will develop their own course and in their language. So that's why we will have less variety of the course, but it will be more for the like tailor-made or fit with the country context more. So apart from that one, we also having another private sectors that are trying to fill the gaps. So from what we have, you will see that from the project, a previous project, we aim more for the current workforce and also for the student that already in the universities level. But we found that actually One Health is something that, you know, something that that you need to change your mindset, change behaviors, and also the way of thinking. So we are promoting the One Health also in even younger generations, like the one in the kindergarten, primary school or high school, with many partners here. So this is all of our partners that I hope we will increase more and more every year. So you see that collaboration is really the key of success. So so that's why we also need to partner with many organizations, like to be complement to fill the gaps of each other, because only one organization would not be able to fulfill every task or trying to complete what we are aspired for. So that is all of my presentation. So I'm happy to answer if you have any question.
Dr. Tonkin, we have a question from the audience. Yeah.
Hello, Dr. Tonkorn. First of all, thank you for your nice presentation. I have been working in public health emergencies and health crisis in Southeast Asia for more than 4 years. And in my experience, the response window after a health emergency is very narrow. So in that same period, you have to pull up your budget, funding, and the trained workforce to the field. And in the field, we have observed that many of the services are overlapping. Many organizations are doing primary health care, and many organizations are doing, let's say, gender-based equality. So how do you see a synergic approach between the public health and the One Health, and so that the organizations from policy level and financing does not overlap their services, and the service is well distributed during a health crisis? Thanks.
Yeah, so thank you. I cannot see your name, but thank you so much. So I'm not sure if I'll be able to respond to you, but let me share my thought a little bit. So there's a lot of conversation to do what you call the stock taking, who is already doing what in the regions. And like you say, there's some overlappings. But the most important part is how we mobilize the resource more effectively. So you see, as CCO Hun, we focus more on the capacity building, right? To improving the skill set rather than playing a role of the, like improving the, well, we're trying to be more on the capacity building side rather than really implementing organization as the government of the government sector should be responsible for. But what we can support the government sector is to first building capacities. Second, so like what we advocate is to providing because academia can like having or having the expertise on the research. So we're trying to encourage the university to providing a scientific base for policymakers in terms of, like making decisions when there is some public health issues. Yeah, and also, so there's a lot of problem in implementing One Health in the regions too. For example, so there's still a lot of limitation at the policy level. let's say that, like the resource mobilization is also it's still challenging. Yeah, I hope I can answer your question.
Yeah, we have a follow-up question again? No. That's fine, okay. I was giving thumbs up. Oh, okay, thank you so much for that. Thank you, Dr. Tonkin, for your time. Let's please join to thank Dr. Tonkin for her talk. Now it's time to move on to our next speaker. We have Dr. George Pinto from FAO, and his talk is entitled Implementing Codex AMR Text in Low Middle Income Countries. Please join me in welcoming Dr. George Pinto.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you very much for the invitation. Pleasure to be here. It's the second time in tour, and the other time I chose the wrong hotel. I was 30 minutes away, so this time maybe we try. The organization is quite well done, so very happy to be here. And sometimes it's good to be one of the speakers in the afternoon, because I was speaking a lot about antimicrobial resistance, AMR, and we already had the first speaker, Jorge, very good friend and colleague, that gave a very broad overview of AMR, and a couple of talks mentioned AMR, so I don't need to do the generic introduction to the topic. I passed there. All right. That's not there. Okay, good. So so as I said, I hope by now everybody knows that AMR stands for antimicrobial resistance and AMU for antimicrobial use. And I will jump into Codex and implementing Codex AMR texts or standards in low and middle income countries. And I was speaking a lot about a project that we call ACT. You see there the abbreviation, Action to Support Implementation of Codex AMR Texts. And we chose the abbreviation as ACT in the sense of do something. AMR is such a big deal that it's time to act on it and do things. The full name is there, so I'll be covering a lot about this. Regarding AMR, so we spoke a lot about AMR in the beginning of the session. We spoke about AMR. And I am a food safety officer in Rome at the Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN. And so it's quite a big and complex organization, but as food safety officer, we worry more about foodborne AMR, the part of AMR that comes from food, the foodborne infections. And I think what's a good challenge for us is that AMR sometimes looks like this abstract concept. The genes, the determinants, they go back and forth and so on, but we can't really see it. No? And this is the classical thing, the silent pandemic. We see the death, but we don't really understand or only see AMR. But if I say food, everybody here would have an answer. If I ask any of you, what does food mean to you? And it means pleasure, it means family, it means friends. It's a very obvious concept for all of us. When I say food, and some will say, I love pizza, I love sushi, whatever. It's a very concrete concept. But foodborne AMR is very abstract, and we don't really see. And I hope that nobody leaves this room thinking, next time I look at food, I'll be thinking about AMR. That's not the point, we're not there. But these two concepts that we usually don't tend to put together, infections necessarily of AMR via food. But we do know that people do get AMR foodborne infections. One of the challenges is quantifying this. How much of the AMR is foodborne, how much of the foodborne infections have AMR determinants, AMR genes, etc. So we are working on this project, as I said, ACT, and the key word, I think, is implementation. And I'll walk you through the process. There's this Codex texts, is like mini Bibles or mini texts, mini encyclopedias that need to be translated for the countries and then implemented. And the focus of the project is implementing in the countries, and I'll mention the countries that we are working on. And it's the first project in Codex to support its implementation. Usually, Codex is, I don't know if you are familiar, I'll briefly mention Codex, but it tends to be abstract. It's a lot of words. It's a lot of PDFs that you can print and read at home. So the focus is unique to have implementation, and it's the first project that is fully dedicated to foodborne AMR. AMR is so complex, you think about nosocomial infections, One Health transmission, etc., etc., etc. And this is focusing on foodborne AMR. That's what makes it unique. Regarding Codex, of course you have all the slides, so you don't need to read, and it's a very heavy slide here. But I think that the key words is this, is a body, between FAO and WHO, so Food and Agriculture Organization, World Health Organization. And it sets standards. So you have there about 190 members, plus the observers, so it's quite complex. And the codex involves a lot of negotiations until it gets translated into a text. And the codex time is very different. For example, what we are working now is implementing 2 documents that took about 5 years to write. And in a codex negotiation, you can spend 1 afternoon discussing 1 word. So if you like it, you like it. If you hate it, it's like it's nuts to be discussing this word in this line, and countries fight with each other. I like this word, but I don't like this word, and I like this word, but I don't like this word. I like to support the person that said that they like this word, and they spend 1 afternoon fighting about that word. So if you love it, you find the secret to love it is to understand why that word is so important. And usually there's a lot of money behind that word. And that's why the codex standards can be interesting. So, and this is more or less the overall idea. The words can be misleading. Sometimes you see standards or texts, but at the end it is a text that is printed and you can have it. And the key words is usually to protect public health, human health, and ensure fair trade. So these 2 words are very important when you think about codex, or 3. Texts to protect human health and protect trade, ensure fair trade. That's the proper terminology. So, as I said, codex, if you don't translate into the field, it can be very dry. This presentation can be very dry. And there's a compendium of 3 standards related to foodborne AMR. You can, of course, download this from the internet. There's the guidelines for risk analysis. This is an older document. And then the guidelines on integrated monitoring and surveillance, all about data collection, interpretation, sharing, etc. And the code of practice. So I'll walk you very briefly, I promise, through this, just to get you an idea what we mean by these codex standards. And there's a companion that has the 3 of them together. So this is what, if you are interested, if you leave this room in love with the topic of foodborne AMR, you can download it and put it in your, but it's not that long of a document. Huh? They are easy to read. And for example, I just put here, so the title I think summarizes it well, Guidelines of Integrated Monitoring and Surveillance of Foodborne AMR. So imagine yourself that you are the Minister of Agriculture of a country, and you want to say, how should I do it? How should I do this? Monitoring and surveillance of foodborne AMR. So these guidelines, in principle, will tell you all the answers that you are looking for, in principle. And so it's written there, these guidelines are intended to assist governments in the design and implementation of integrated monitoring and surveillance programs. And the key thing, if you read it, the data generated from national monitoring and surveillance programs on AMR in food should not be used to generate unjustified barriers to trade. So always have in mind that there's this, so someone was mentioning today, should we measure human death or dollars or euros, whatever you want to. And the Codex is all about that, protecting human health and assuring that countries can trade. And one of the work that we have been doing in these 6 countries I will present, it's all about that. It's ensuring that after the texts are implemented, they can trade with other countries, and they can say, we are doing it according with the Codex standards. So I said there's the guidelines of integrated surveillance and the code of practice. And Jorge in the morning mentioned this. For example, the code of practice will have sentence like the principles. The principles in these documents, if you have never read, are very important. The definitions and the principles are super important in these documents. And then one principle will say responsible and prudent use of antimicrobial agents does not include the use of growth promotion of antimicrobial agents for growth promotion. So when we are working at the country level, this is what we need to say. So there's a document that has been agreed by these 190 countries that states very clearly this. So if a country is still using growth promotion, we have sort of the right to say, but look, the international agreement, it's not really a law, states this. So let's work to stop using it. This is the important, this is the translation of a text that doesn't seem to be much to the field. So that's what we do. And then the importance of prevention, treatment, and control. The project itself. The budget is about $10 million, and you can see there's 6 countries involved, and since the beginning, I'm the lead technical officer of it, and I've really tried hard to understand the connection between 6 countries, and I couldn't. So if you can, please let me know. I cannot find something that puts together Colombia, Bolivia, Pakistan, Mongolia, Nepal, and Cambodia. They are very different countries. I think the donor wanted to give us a good challenge, like here's 6 very different countries, but I don't think there's anything in common. Perhaps there is, the donor is the Republic of Korea, and I think there is behind a very transparent way. We want to trade with these countries, and we want to make sure that these countries are respecting the Codex standards. So that's what we are doing, and as I said, we'll support the implementation of contact standards. So we started in 2021. We are more or less in the middle, and it will be over in 2 years. Very briefly, objectives. I think these talks help a lot for this. I don't know how many of you knew about what the Codex standard was or Codex text was. So part of it is to increase the recognition that people know that these texts exist. As I said, there's a lot of work on surveillance and data collection, and then it's about good practices to prevent and control foodborne AMR. I told you, 5 years project, and then I'll briefly go over that. First you have some tools, we assess the countries, we do capacity development, and then you see if it worked or not. It's a quite logical, I think, project cycle. So I won't get into much into the details, and a lot of international organizations have assessment tools, and I'm a bit skeptical of this. I don't know, it's interesting to share it with it honest like this. The assessment is useful, but it's only useful if then you follow up. There's a lot of work on assessments, a lot of tools that do assessments, and then you do that. You have a very complex mission and quite expensive. You do a beautiful assessment, you do a beautiful report, and that's it. And that should be the beginning of the work, but often is the end of the work. You wrote a beautiful assessment report and said, these are the list of problems, now good luck. So we try to move beyond that point. We have these tools, we assess these countries, and we develop the work plans based on that. There might be a colleague here in the room that you might recognize from Nepal in this picture, because we did, for example, assessments in all of them. For example, PMP evaluates the country in terms of AMR. Atlas is focusing on laboratories. So when you do this mission, your goal is to leave knowing this country has capacity at the laboratory to do analysis and surveillance or not, and that's what you have to do regarding laboratories. So very interesting missions. We assessed, and not surprisingly, these countries were chosen because they were in the initial phase of this work. So we had to work a lot to do capacity building, etc. Yes, so we can skip this. After the assessments, what we saw, there was a need to raise awareness, and I will speak a bit about awareness raising in a bit. So these assessments are not surprising, it's not rocket science. There was a need to raise awareness, there was a need to increase collaboration between governments and private practice. Surveillance is usually not top, and then there's a lot of law work. So you get from these Codex standards, global texts, and then you need to translate into national policies. So you can see what we have been doing for the past years. Regarding raising awareness, my approach is also like the assessment. We do a lot of raising awareness issue. And I think one of the first meetings that I had with the FAO representative in Mongolia was quite interesting, and it really will keep in my mind. He didn't know me. And the first time we spoke, he said, besides raising awareness, what are you doing? And I love this approach, because every project starts with that. But it's like the assessment. If you just raise awareness and then doesn't lead to behavioral change, you just raise awareness. So we do have a lot of things, and you have to, but it's like the assessment. Raising awareness for me is not enough, even if you do a lot of work, and I think we should keep doing it. So 1 million events, 1 million conferences to raise awareness and hopefully to lead something else. So we can this. Now, surveillance, data collection, I think there's a lot of people here with excellent epidemiology knowledge, and we all will agree that data is essential. We all love data. Without data, it's just George's opinion, which is not worth much. So data is important. So we have been doing a lot, and in particular this platform. I think the next slides are a bit. For a long time, and Jorge mentioned this in the morning, we have been having good data on use at the global level. The OIE, or WOA, in Paris collects. I was deputy head of the AMR there. So I think there's a good global database of use, but for too many years there was not a global database of resistance. And you really need to understand that these are two parallel worlds that need to speak more together. So now we have a platform, FAO, and well, if you get into this, it's very clear. You need to understand the mandates. In Paris, use data is collecting. In Rome, resistance data is collecting. And the two things are very different, and they need to complement each other. So we have this new platform, which was a long wish for too many years. And it's not just a wish. Now we have 28 countries that submitted the data on resistance that they had from food, from animals, from sentinel farms. At the moment, we collect whatever country has, and then we'll start putting it together. And I think it will take us maybe 5 years to be sure that we have good data. It's part of the story. When we build a global platform, if we do it in 5 years, again, the time in global projects can be quite different, and I think it will be quite good. I won't get into the details. This is just the summary is this. When the graphic designer presented the logo, I didn't get it. Hopefully you got it better than me. The idea is that something messy comes in from the left, goes through the platform, and something very organized comes out from the right. I didn't get it at all, but the graphic design is super obvious. People will clearly understand it. I didn't, but that's what it is. And the goal, you have to think again, if you are from a country, and if you're the prime minister of a country, I don't know how comfortable you say, well, in my country, there's a lot of resistance, right? It's a bit tricky, especially when you think about starting trade. So you need to be very brave to say, well, we looked at E. coli resistance in chicken, and there's a lot. So it's quite tricky. So to avoid this, for example, we understand that countries might want to start small and say, well, we put the data there, but we only can see it. Or we can only see it at the regional level, and the ones that really want the full disclosure, then they do full disclosure. But to start, some countries have more than the right to say, okay, I'll put the data there, but please don't show it. It's just there, the platform. And maybe in the future, we can open more. I think it's a fair start. So this platform is a big work that we have been doing. It was launched this year, and there's a manual for countries like, if you want to submit data, do it this way, which is really complex to collect it in a harmonized way. Another tool that we developed from the project is a tool to assess the countries from an interesting perspective. Sometimes you'll ask her, are you using growth promotion? And they will say, in the field. And I say, well, yeah. Do you have a law to stop using growth promotion? No. So the field, the reality, and the legal reality is very different sometimes. So the two ask the two things. In the field, in the practice, what is the situation? And the legal part, what is the situation? So this tool was developed by us to assess AMR aspects. And to help then countries move on, we have now a manual handbook, you can call it whatever you want, but the idea is to guide countries on a step-by-step approach, to say, okay, if you are still using growth promotion, it's pointless to use the blame game, but let's do it step by step and let's stop using growth promotion. It's one of the big, or phasing out, it's more politically accepted, phase out, let's stop using it gradually, growth promotion. So to stop, to conclude, I think regarding foodborne AMR, or AMR in general, I think it's really a challenge. It's a global challenge, and we need to think what we need to focus. Someone said, well, international organizations need to do their role, individuals need to do their role, and clearly both parts need have a role to do. It's interesting to think that the solution, if you read, for example, there's a lot of interesting papers relating corruption with AMR, and the solution, if you start digging, is if you have an agri-food system wealthier, then you will have less AMR. It's very easy to say, it's very complex to do. But wealth in a country really helps, believe it or not, to control AMR. It's quite an interesting concept. Then, I think this is something that keeps coming up now. We tend to be egocentric, let's face it. Most of us, more or less, in different degrees, think about us, at least as us as humans, and we speak about, but the environment is very important. And this shift between being egocentric versus ecocentric, it's easy to say again, but it's challenging to do. But I think that's something that we need to start working on. And then regarding behavioral change, yesterday in the dinner I was telling this to someone. One of the things that I really tried to lead at the FAO, but it's very complex, is that to look at antibiotics as ours. And this is super complex to do. If it was mine, probably I would take better care of them than if it's something that is not really mine, it's just ours. But this concept of a global common good that we need to take care of, it's really complex, but I do think that if we get to that point, that caring about something that is not just mine, I think it will help us a lot to get to a better point regarding MR. So that's it. I'll stop here, and there's my email address. Happy to collaborate with any of you. Thank you very much.
Do we have any question from the audience side? Yes.
Hi, my name is Daniela. I'm from Colombia. And I wanted to know if in the assessment you do a distinction between the rural part and the more industrialized productions, between family production and industrial production.
Yeah. I mean, clearly, It depends on the country. It's a very good question. And for example, your point is good because these are two different realities, no? And you go, and when I go to the missions to the country, I always try to go to the field. And these are two parallel worlds. The super industrialized farm knows about vaccines, biosecurity, and so on. And then you go to the other countries, and the farmer is sleeping with a chicken, right? And cooking, like the chickens are there, the bed is here, and the thing to cook is there. So it is, like, as I said, these projects, as a presentation, it's relatively easy to summarize, but it is a different reality, no? And I think we passed the point of, there was at some point, and I'm Portuguese, so at some point, like, there was a trend of, well, we don't really need these small farmers. And many of them went out of business. Luckily now, I think, well, these small farmers mean a lot, and they have a lot of families behind, and they can have a significant impact, even in economic terms. So now we have to address them there. But so we do, the answer is we assess both, and it means almost two parallel work plans, because one is facing the big biosecurity and vaccines and so on, and the other one is, like you see many misknowledge of, well, we are giving them vitamins, and in reality it's antibiotics as growth promoters. But it's lack of knowledge, there's no bad intention. I'm doing this to see if I can sneak some antibiotics and make them grow faster. They just think they are giving vitamins. And that's when awareness raising is important to say, well, they are not really vitamins. Yeah.
And also, as a second question, do you know the difference between the impact in the use of antibiotics in the industrialized producers and in the rural producers? Like
the difference in?
The impact on AMR, like it's bigger in the industrialized productions or in the rural productions?
I'm not sure if I understand the difference in impact, or the difference if you have more AMR in the industrialized or small farmers?
Yes, like if the use of antibiotics is worse used in industrialized productions or in rural
Well, if I had to say, usually you should not do this. I think that in industrial production tends to be more careful these days because of trade, for example, because of residues control, because of international legislation, etc. So they tend, and I think there's much more, again, awareness. Like the veterinarian that provides assistance knows that, and like what Jorge was presenting this morning, knows that maybe I should use these antibiotics. Maybe they already have prescriptions, etc., etc., etc. So I would say in general that, I came back from Bolivia a few weeks ago, and we visited a farm that was fully aware. But usually, that's the disadvantage. When you go on a mission, they show you a good farm. They will not show you a bad farm. So they knew exactly what this concept were. Sometimes, as I said, the small farmers, maybe they have more resistance. And it's interesting to discuss openly this, that just because it's small and local, it doesn't mean that there's less resistance. And sometimes there's this misconception, just because it's a small producer. Maybe, unfortunately, they're using antibiotics. They don't even know it. And the concept of withdrawal period is too complex. And then nobody took the time to explain to them. So it's, I would say in general, the more industrial productions tends to be these days more careful with the use of antibiotics. And probably this leads to less resistance.
Thank you.
Do we have any additional question from the audience? Yeah. Dr. Mark Damsden.
Yeah, thanks a lot for your presentation. I was wondering, could the World Trade Organization rely on the work you guys are doing at FAO to maybe implement some additional tariffs or bans on products that should be exported but actually have a high AMR content, if I may say?
Well, it's a very good question. In terms of, what we always say, so far, there has not been official trade dispute based on AMR. And this is good news. I think wars are never welcome, and a war between countries based on AMR, I think there's a lot out there already. We don't need AMR to be a reason for a trade dispute, official trade dispute. So that doesn't happen. When you get to the point of tariffs, for example, there's some work streams that those things are complex. For example, there is some research stream saying, well, if countries should just eat less meat or produce less meat. And this is very complex because you have to respect the country's cultures, respect the consumer's preference, etc., etc., etc. So there's pros and cons, and it's not clearly, okay, if we do this, we'll produce less meat, that therefore we use less antibiotics and we'll have less resistance. I think we need to be very careful on these things, and usually this extreme approach, okay, let's do this, let's make it meat production more complex because that's the way to go, is usually really not that black and white or right and wrong thing to do. So I'll be cautious on taking that path.
I think that was our last question. So Thank you, Dr. George,
Okay,
for that
thank you.
wonderful and interesting insightful conversation today. Moving on to our next speaker, we have Ms. Yi Chun-hua from the Foundation of Medical Professional Alliance in Taiwan. Her talk is entitled From Theory to Action, Strategies for Implementing Effective One Health Policies. So please join me in welcoming Ms. Yi Chun-hua.
Hello and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Yi Jin-woo, the Director of Center for Global Health Research of the Foundation of Medical Professional Alliance in Taiwan, the FMPAT. First of all, thank you for inviting me. It's my honor to be the speaker today, and I really regret that I can't meet you all in person. However, I believe that in this morning session, you may find that One Health encompasses many aspects. And my talk today will focus on action and policy. So I'm not here to tell you how to do things. Instead, I want to share with you the tools we have, the challenge we face, and how can we as the students and young researchers do in the future. So before I start my presentation, I would like to briefly introduce myself. Unlike most of you, I come from a background in political science with the focus on political science and international relations and globalization. So I've been working in the FMPAT nearly 30 years, which represent my engagement with global health issues. And the FMPAT acts as a global think tank to assist our Taiwan's Ministry of Health and Welfare in its international participation, which gives me the opportunity to participate in the World Health Assembly and other global health activities. My team and I have also published books on global health governance. So the topics such as the SDGs, COVID-19, and Taiwan's participation in WHO and introduction of WHO, global change, and health. And the Center for Global Health Research of the FMPAT is dedicated itself in promoting Taiwan's participation in global health and its influence in global health. So we place special emphasis on collaboration with young people and young students because we believe that you are the future talents in global health. And our current focus area includes the pandemic treaty, universal health coverage, One Health, digital health, climate change. So this is the outline of my presentation today. And first, since my expertise is in global health governance, I would like to explain how we can promote the concept of One Health from a governance perspective. Next, I will briefly introduce the tools we have, followed by a focus on the real-world challenges. Third, I will use my country, Taiwan, as an example to share Taiwan's policy experience. Finally, I want to discuss with you, as students and young researchers, what action we can take if we believe One Health is so important. So first part, One Health and global health governance. Before we get into One Health governance, let's first clarify what governance means. For example, in global health governance, it involves the institutional actors and structures that manage global health, as well as the transnational rules and norms they establish. Several key elements here can help us understand how One Health is governed, including actors, structures, rules, and norms. Let's imagine promoting One Health as a game. The objective of this game is to ensure that everyone supports the concept of One Health, right, and incorporates it into national policies. To win this game together, we might ask a few questions. Who is playing this game? Are we partners or opponents? What are the rules of the game? What tools do we have? How can we influence others' actions to achieve our goal? I won't spend too much time discussing theory today, but I encourage you to consider these three elements when thinking about One Health. What are the actors involved? What structures are in place? And what rules and norms currently exist for this issue? Here I would like to delve deeper into the elements of actors. Let's take a look at who might influence the direction of this game. First, UN organizations play a crucial role in driving global attention, right? We already know that the WHO, FAO, WOAH, and UNEP have formed the quadripartite organization, and they unquestionably play a key role in One Health governance. And these quadripartite organizations have several key functions, including advocacy, demonstration, and providing guidance and recommendations. Through the collaboration of these four UN agencies, One Health can be promoted to a higher political agenda to ensure it receives enough attention and resources. Additionally, these collaborations serve as a model showing how breaking down silos is possible, even across organizations. Furthermore, the quadripartite organizations are well positioned to standardize terminology, propose actions, plans, and offer policy tools to guide countries in implementing One Health policies. In addition to the UN agencies, many other actors influence whether One Health continues to receive attention. These include non-state actors, countries, and regional organizations. And I believe that today's speakers perfectly demonstrate the diversity of actors involved in the One Health governance. It's important to recognize that each of these actors has different strengths. Some have funding, others have technical expertise, and others have human resources. Therefore, how they can cooperate is crucial. We must also be aware that some actors might prioritize other issues. They may not think One Health is that important. So that will cause some delays in the progress of One Health. Since I am based in Asia, I would like to share the progress of One Health in this region. Last year, ASEAN introduced the Leaders' Declaration on One Health Initiative. You can see several key points here: establishing the ASEAN One Health Network, promoting comprehensive analysis for implementing One Health in ASEAN, and developing the ASEAN One Health Joint Plan of Action. This is a significant declaration indicating that ASEAN countries recognize the importance and challenge of One Health and acknowledge that the need for more networks, research, and joint health action plans to achieve One Health. And in recent years, APEC, also the ASEAN Pacific Economic Cooperation, APEC, has also placed significant emphasis on the concept of One Health. Several key high-level documents have mentioned elements related to One Health. During the APEC Health Working Group meeting held last week in Peru, which my colleague was there, the host country, Peru, has organized a workshop on One Health. So this demonstrates that One Health is becoming an increasingly important issue on the global level and regional level. So, if One Health is so important, what tools do we have to help us achieve it? And what challenge are we currently facing? So, what tools do we currently have? In fact, I think you might know more than I do. There are numerous toolkits and guidelines specific to several fields such as AMR, zoonotic disease, dengue, and more. You can also refer to the resources compiled by the One Health Commission. Here, I've listed some tools from UN agencies, the EU, and USAID. And I want to emphasize that international organizations have published many guidelines and toolkits, and some funding agencies have initiated One Health programs. However, have these efforts truly helped countries to take One Health actions? The problem is that while we have tools, we do not fully understand how to apply them. This is due to the lack of experience sharing among us. Therefore, this is why today's conference is so important, as we are at the stage where mutual learning is crucial. According to a study published last year, researchers analyzed 184 organizations and networks globally that are actively promoting and implementing One Health principles, known as One Health Networks, OHNs. These OHNs typically focus on at least two One Health domains, such as human and animal health, or human health and the environment. The analysis revealed that most OHNs concentrate on emerging infections and novel pathogens, particularly infectious disease, with a significant portion also addressing AMR. However, other areas like climate change, environmental issues, and food safety receive comparatively less attention. So this study also highlighted geographical disparities among these research units and organizations. Global level OHNs are concentrated in Europe and North America, while other countries mainly focus on national level network. Although the study doesn't cover all One Health research or activities, it does remind us of several important points. First, we need to be mindful of geographic equity in One Health research. Second, we should pay attention to topics that receive less focus. Third, current activities are mainly centered on academic reporting and capacity building, so we should explore and create more diverse activities, such as advocacy, policy development, and community engagement. All right, up until now, we've learned that from the global to the regional levels, there are many initiatives, networks, and tools promoting One Health. However, when it comes to implementing this at the national level, we encounter several challenges. The first challenge is interdisciplinary collaboration. One Health emphasizes bringing together experts from diverse fields such as medicine, veterinary science, ecology, and political health. However, each discipline often has different methodologies, common languages, and perspectives. Collaboration in One Health is not only about the exchange of expert knowledge, but also relies heavily on interpersonal skills in communication. However, these skills are often overlooked in academic training. And the second challenge is resource allocation. Resources are essential. Financial resource, human resource, and in today's world, data is a crucial resource. Since last year, our foundation has been lobbying Taiwan's Ministry of Health and Welfare on the One Health program. However, the response we've received is that while they agree on the importance of One Health, there is currently no specific budget allocated for One Health. We have budget for combating COVID-19, AMR, or dengue, but no cross-sector One Health budget. Moreover, talent with interdisciplinary skill is extremely important. Today's conference serves as an excellent example. We should continue to encourage more cross-disciplinary training, workshop, and conference. And the third challenge is policy integration, which I think is the most difficult one. As I mentioned earlier, our foundation has been trying to promote One Health within the government of Taiwan. Aside from the lack of funding, we often hear responses like, well, this issue matters, but it doesn't relate it to our work. When we approach to the Ministry of Health and Welfare, they might say that certain aspects fall under the environmental department or agricultural or animal department. So this fragmentation of the responsibilities across different departments, along with long-standing bureaucratic culture and communication barriers, will present significant challenges to policy integration and collaborative efforts. My team and I believe that to address the challenge we've discussed, we need innovative ways, and we see digital tools as crucial for advancing One Health. For example, AI, data science, and health information system can be used for surveillance, early warning, monitoring, and reporting. These technologies often offer two significant advantages. First, building evidence to support stronger advocacy and evidence-based policymaking. Second, facilitating communication across disciplines. Digital tools such as dashboards can help break down silos by enable clear communication among different sectors. Here are other contributions of digital tools to One Health. For example, they can strengthen One Health surveillance and early warning and response, improve One Health data analysis and risk assessment, enhance the One Health approach in food safety systems, integrate knowledge, data, and evidence in decision-making process, develop cross-disciplinary talent, and promote community communication through online training. I would like to emphasize that when I mention digital tools, I don't necessarily mean AI or highly advanced technology. Even simple, low-cost digital tools that we commonly use can potentially bring significant benefits. Okay, and next, I would like to share Taiwan's case with you. You might not have many opportunities to hear about Taiwan's experience. Taiwan is known for its outstanding universal health coverage with a nearly 100% coverage rate, and our healthcare quality is renowned worldwide. Our successful experience in combating COVID-19 has also received a lot of attention. However, to be honest, One Health is not currently a significant policy focus in Taiwan. So I won't claim that I am sharing a successful case of Taiwan, but I believe Taiwan's experience is highly variable because Taiwan is already on the path to grow to One Health. And the challenge we face are likely to be the same challenges other countries will encounter. First, let's look at the governance structure of Taiwanese government on the issue of One Health. The affairs involving One Health are governed by three different ministries in Taiwan. Human health is managed by the Ministry of Health and Welfare. Animal health is managed by the Ministry of Agriculture, which includes an agency for animal and plant health inspection. environmental issues are managed by the Ministry of Environment. There is an existing cross-sector mechanism involving the Ministry of Health and Welfare and the Ministry of Agriculture. Focuses on the monitoring and prevention of zoonotic disease. Currently, there is no mechanism involving cooperation among all these three ministries. And this is an example of the cross-sector cooperation involving the Ministry of Health and Welfare and the Ministry of Agriculture. The Interagency Zoonotic Disease Risk Assessment Team has already achieved some results, including projects on AMR, dengue fever, and novel influenza A virus infections. So I will use novel influenza A virus infection as an example. To enhance monitoring by departments and experts managing human and animal health, they set up a digital surveillance map. These websites provides real-time updates on human and poultry infection cases, as well as infected poultry farms. It enables users to easily visualize geographic relations and helps center and local governments in using this information to improve monitoring and develop more effective prevention control strategies. Another project which began in 2016, it was a four years project, involved 4 government agencies, the Animal and Plant Health Inspection Agency, Taiwan Centers for Disease Control, Taiwan's National Academy Institution, and the National Science and Technology Council. These 4 agencies collaborated on a project titled Global Health Security, pursuing integrated research on infectious disease through a One Health approach. This project focused on several areas: AMR management, zoonotic disease, biosafety, vaccine development, national laboratory capacity, talent training, and animal disease outbreaks and disasters. Under this project, a successful collaboration between the Animal Health and Human Health Department was achieved. Their joint activities include co-authoring the National Action Plan for Bacterial AMR issues. They jointly conduct a training course on monitoring AMR and also applying whole genome sequencing technology for checking significant AMR bacteria. Initially, they spent time establishing their working method and then set up regular communication channels and identified topics for collaboration, and then eventually focus on their efforts on AMR related issues. To summarize Taiwan's experience in promoting One Health, Taiwan is already on the path to implementing the One Health concept. We recognized this trend 5 or 6 years ago and allocated government funding from the technology budget to foster collaboration between human and animal health departments. We do have cross-sector teams for human health sector and animal health sector. However, the current collaboration mechanism lacks participation from the environmental sector. The range of focus topics should be broader. Taiwan's efforts have mainly concentrated on zoonotic disease and AMR, which is consistent with the findings I mentioned in my previous slide. I hope to see more resources dedicated to food safety, environmental health, and climate change. The types of activities should be more diverse. Currently, activities are limited to joint research, monitoring, and training courses, lacking broader policies, strategic plans, social communication, or community engagement. Civil society's involvement is crucial. Taiwan currently lacks civil society-initiated One Health activities, which our foundation aims to address this issue both right now and in the future. We are working to raise awareness of One Health among more Taiwanese people through writing policy recommendations, publishing articles, and lobbying government officials and legislators. Last but not the least, what can we do? As a student or young researcher, you can actually do more than you think. These are also the efforts our foundation is making in Taiwan. I believe that the most important thing is to make this issue visible, to make this issue on the table, on the agenda. So to achieve this, we might need more research. And you can start by researching a topic that interests you. If you don't like doing research, that's okay. You can make the issue visible or heard using platforms like YouTube or podcasts, which are effective for promoting issues. Once you have enough knowledge and materials, you can become a better advocate. On this journey of promoting issues, you will meet more friends and partners, and together you can work on a bigger project. To be honest, I believe that attending this conference today and engaging in network, meeting friends here is an excellent start. And I hope we will meet again on this journey for promoting One Health in the future. So thank you all for listening. I know you have more to contribute than you might think. And I look forward to future collaboration with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yi Chunhua, for that wonderful presentation. If you have any question, since we don't have Ms. Chunhua here, you can send it to our organizing committee email, and we can forward it to her. So before we head out for our coffee break, I would like to take a moment to express our gratitude to one of our key sponsors of the event, NRAE. We are delighted to have Ms. Natalie Winter here with us today. Please join me in giving a warm round of applause to acknowledge their generous support. With that, it's time for another coffee break. Please take this opportunity to relax, enjoy, and recharge. We encourage you to be back on time and see you soon. Thank you. Just 15 minutes. Yeah. welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your little coffee break, refreshed, networked, and caffeinated. So for our next speaker, we have Dr. Hernan Cáceres from the Food and Agriculture Organization, and his talk is entitled Shifting the Emergency Management Paradigm Towards a System Approach to be Better Prepared for the Risks of Emerging or Re-emerging Health Threats. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Hernan Cáceres.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation, and well, I hope that you're all enjoying this day as much as I've been enjoying it. I think there were a lot of talks that basically prepare my talk in a way, so I'm gonna jump through all the context, all the background, and we'll go to the important bits and pieces of this shifting paradigm that we'll go over today. So, in general, how do we handle emergencies, especially in the animal health sector? We don't have a lot of means. We basically have massive die-offs of animals. So we've seen it with animals like wildlife in Africa. We've seen it with several other diseases. We vaccinate or we depopulate. Those are three options. So today when Mark was talking about the different options and doing the analysis of the cost-benefit analysis, cost-effectiveness, basically those are the things that we're comparing. What do we do? What sort of intervention do we do? What are the benefits? An important thing is that often the decision is much more complex than that because we have direct and indirect effects of what we decide to do. So for example, you can decide to do a depopulation, but that can affect the livelihoods of thousands, if not millions of people, and also their food security. So often, even if the decision looks like a direct decision, this is what we should be doing, it's much more complex than that. A good example of this case is avian influenza. When we decide to depopulate, we know that many lose their livelihoods and food security. So these are complex decisions. Even though it may look like a very direct and straightforward way of doing or very straightforward intervention, we know that there are unintended effects that we can have at the social demographic dimension. The same thing, if we look at it from these sort of three ways of intervening, is it enough for the possible impacts and consequences, especially of novel diseases? When we have these interventions, we often also have a delay in the time that we have the implementation of said action or the different options. So something that we've noticed, again, with HPI over the last years is that how is it started affecting multiple species and decimating whole communities. So even though the effect, the activity in a way of what we're seeing is animal die-off, we know that there's also a huge biodiversity issue happening in the background, and there will likely be more complex effects at an ecosystem level. So we haven't lived in a connected world as the world today has never been the same, basically. It's hyper-connected. You can be in the other side of the world. You can, in 24 hours, you can move products, you can move animals across the whole world, and we just don't think about it in a way. It's just the new normal. But this can also have unintended consequences when we're thinking about diseases and emerging and re-emerging diseases in particular. Mostly, these unintended consequences are linked because of the complexity of the systems. Here we see these are three types of drivers, basically. So green are environmental, the blue it's in terms of public health, so it's a public health aspect. And then in the red one, we see it as a socio-demographic dimension. So you can see that even though when we're looking at infectious disease threats, these are complex systems. So these decisions that at the start, they look very straightforward, simple, 1, 2, or 3, A, B, or C, they become much more complex. And often we don't know the unintended consequences of the actions that we may be implementing. So in this new environment where we have a hyper-connected world, when we are moving and trading goods, products, animals, we see this emerging diseases environment shifting. We see it something that we believe was very straightforward in a way. Now it's shifting, and we are delayed basically in the way that we can have that information and have the right information to make decisions. Especially under an emergency, you can imagine how uncertain that space is. So when we look into this complexity, on top of everything, we're looking at a new global threat. Well, it's not new, but basically a new and novel system and how that is shifting, which is climate change. With that, we see often how the same environment can look like a prairie, then a few months later, it can look like a complete desert, and then it can look like a lagoon. This is the same place, by the way. So you can imagine how that affects the ecosystem, affects vectors, affect the animals, the population, and the people that live in this environment. So what we see, an emergence of vectors, for example. This is an example of Rift Valley fever and how this shifting environment created new areas with water that were never there before, and now we have cases in areas that we were not supposed to. So again, we go back into this question, is it really enough for climate change? I think we often try to create the models and have as much information as we can, but are we really going at the speed of the change that is required to the system to adapt, that is required to the system to actually go beyond the three sort of classic approaches and have a better understanding of the complexity that lays behind the system? This is from Chile, actually. So it's just an example of, we wanted to show that how a non-sanitary emergency can trigger a sanitary emergency by affecting a population. This was never supposed to happen. It's a peri-urban area, but due to climate change, there's a huge drought, and people have to move. You have migration as well, and you create these high-risk environments where you have these threats that obviously trigger from a non-sanitary emergency, you have then a sanitary emergency. And then, as we were looking at it before, we have this new pest of occurrence. So this is, these are the flies, so these are larvae, it's a screwworm. So it's re-emerging in Africa and in the Americas. We see something that was supposed to be eradicated in the 90s, huge programs, big investment from multiple countries, and now we see it reappearing. So again, the question is it really enough what we're doing? Not only in the everyday, but also when we are facing an emergency, will it be enough? So now we had the experience, right? We lived through a pandemic. It wasn't long ago. Everyone that is here had that experience. So we can say if it was enough or if it wasn't enough. What we were doing before and what we're doing after it. And we can also think and we can reflect, will it be enough for a next event like that? Even if it's not a full-on pandemic, is it enough for a full-blown epidemic of a virus, of a re-emerging or an emerging disease? So we can reflect on those aspects, and we have several examples of how these diseases are increasing their prevalence, are increasing the incidence, are moving, are especially changing their transmission routes, etc. So will it be enough? That's a reflection, basically. So under those conditions, like, are we ready for the next emergency? When we see this changing environment, it's shifting at a speed that often the policies and the interventions are not necessarily up to the challenge. So under this changing environment, what are we doing in a way? So we go back to the question, is that, are we ready for the next emergency? And this is not just thinking about a pandemic. Let's think about the pest. Are we ready for those? And in most cases, unfortunately, it seems like we're not. So even though we had the experience of COVID, what we are seeing, and Jorge actually mentioned it, in FAO we have several tools. We often carry out assessments. So this is based on the Progressive Pathway for Emergency Preparedness, which is a self-assessment tool that provides a baseline for countries to assess their own preparedness for an emergency. And unfortunately, most countries, they say no. And this is a self-assessment. So you can understand that when a country tells you we're not ready, it's because they're not ready. So that's why we took this as an opportunity to change the way that we are approaching emergencies, shifting from hazards, so hazard-based approach for an emergency, to an adaptive emergency system. We are basically articulating multiple aspects of prevention, aspects of emergency management, and we are creating a more flexible, adaptive, and articulated system that can be resilient to emergencies. So what does it mean? It's basically, instead of looking at, we have multiple threats coming at us, we try to make a system that can actually sustain and respond to different emergencies, notwithstanding of the hazard. So this is in the natural disaster approach, they call it the all hazards, basically. So that's why in the FAO Emergency Management Center, our goal or objective is to strengthen agri-food emergency management through a One Health system-wide approach. So we are looking at systems. We're taking a step back, not looking necessarily into the specific hazards that are threatening the countries or the regions, but looking at the system, how we can make a stronger system, a system that is more resilient to the emergencies. So for that, we have the system approach, and we consider that is the future of resilience to emergencies. Instead of having this hazard-based, we try to create a system that can be improved by having an ongoing preparedness approach, improved response, improved coordination, and improved learning, which is active learning. So basically a system that relies on these different aspects to strengthen the system itself and to have a system that can actually respond to multiple threats. So that's why when the EMC was created in 2006 as the Crisis Management Center, it was focused on avian influenza. Then again, we went from one specific hazard to multiple diseases in animal health. But something that we've seen more and more, and unfortunately more often than ever, is that we cannot have a sectoral approach. When we have a sectoral approach, we leave a window open, we leave a door open, and easily we can have a hazard, we can have a threat that becomes an actual emergency. So that's why now we're taking this system approach to emergencies, and it goes in line with the change of name, actually, that now it's the Emergency Management Center in FAO. So the Emergency Management Center relies on the operational branch in a way, which is the Office of Emergency and Resilience, This is a whole division that works on the emergency management, being that natural disaster, livelihoods, humanitarian disasters. And then we have the technical components, which are sectoral. It's a sectoral expertise that comes from the animal health sector, from the plant health sector, and fisheries and aquaculture. We also now have, we're developing collaborations with forestry and the whole IDOH to have this multi-stakeholder interdisciplinary approach from emergency to emergencies. So taking the sectoral expertise, because we need that sectoral expertise, we cannot just be generalistics for everything, but integrating and creating spaces where that expertise can come into play and can interact with multiple other sectors and get the most and the best out of them under an emergency. So that's why we basically work in these 4 different areas, which is preparedness, response, coordination, and collaborations and resource mobilization. And under each one, we have multiple activities. The main thing is that under preparedness, we have capacity building, capacity development, being that, for example, participating in master student programs. We have courses for where we teach emergency management, not only to students, but also to veterinary services and other stakeholders that participate, that are part of the emergency management system. We have also certain specific assessments, like the one that I mentioned, the progressive pathway for emergency preparedness, but also we have after-action reviews, for example, which is something key because we need to take that active learning approach to the interventions and to learn from what we've done so we can improve the systems. Then we have response, which is response missions per se. So these are emergencies where the teams deploy to the countries and they go and help the countries build resilience during an emergency. And coordination, where we have agency platforms to improve the way that multiple agencies respond and work together during an emergency. And then finally, resource mobilization and collaboration, which is exactly as the name says, is to increase collaborations and actually make more efficient use of the available resources, because we know that often we have more needs than resources. So we need to be very efficient on how we use them and avoid any duplication. So in terms of preparedness, these are some of the guides. So we have the 2011 and 2021 Good Emergency Management Practice Manual, but also you can do the online course. It's a 25-hour online course. It's freely available. It's in 5 different languages. The whole point is to increase the knowledge of what emergency management is. We cannot have, as I said before, a sectoral approach to it. So we build a common language, we build a common understanding. In a way, we build a common culture for emergency management. And then we have what we call the GEMP toolkit overview, which is the revision, ongoing revision of the FAO GEMP manual. Then we have specific advanced manuals for animal health, for example, emergency operations centers, after action reviews. We have the same manual, but focusing on biothreats. Then we have the self-assessment, the progressive pathway for emergency preparedness, and we have applications to plan health emergencies. So this is basically we build up the system of emergencies and how we can then take a sectoral approach, adapt those tools, adapt those processes to multiple sectors. Finally, we have the country training and implementation, including the online course that I was mentioning. So the whole point of that is creating, as I said, this culture, this workforce for emergency management, where we can just go and deploy or go and discuss with the multiple stakeholders, but everyone understands the same language. Finally, this is the guide of the Emergency Operations Center that I mentioned. But the whole point of the whole process of this toolkit, this ongoing process of learning, is to increasing resilience of FAO members to emergencies. The whole point of that is strengthening the system with the goal of avoiding big events that affect a whole region or multiple or a country, and therefore impacting and having large consequences on the population and affecting their livelihoods, their food security, and their health in general. So this is just an example of one of these international interagency coordination groups. So this is, you can see the multiple agencies that are part of the group. This is just an example, but basically it can be triggered by a health event, or it can be triggered because there's an increased need for coordination. So this happens a lot during an emergency when you have multiple NGOs, individuals, international organizations, all basically going to the same place and trying to do what they can. So the idea of this, again, is to use the resources in an efficient manner. So the emergency preparedness cycle in general, it's just a never-ending story. And this is the take-home message. Basically, it's something that never ends. We often pursue this gold standard, the gold standard of the manuals, the gold standard of the guides, the gold standard of the processes. The gold standard here is that it's a never-ending process. You're always learning, you're always improving. So by doing that, you always have planning, you equip your system, you train the people, you train everyone, not just the people that are in the national services, but also the people that live, your citizens on emergency. You test them, you review, and you improve your plan again. And this is the never-ending cycle of emergency preparedness. And with that, I would like to thank you very much for your attention. Hopefully you didn't fall asleep. I didn't see anyone, so I'm happy. And you can see the email on the bottom if you have any questions, but I'll be here in any case. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hernan, for that thought-provoking question. We have questions from the audience. Yeah.
Maybe you can go first. Okay. Thanks for your excellent presentation. Indeed, pandemic preparedness is the one thing that we can do to prevent the health crisis and emergencies. However, in recent times, in East Africa and Central Africa, the monkeypox broke out. And very tragically, it's a collective failure of the international public health community so that they couldn't make the vaccines being available in Africa to save lives. Even a single life matters. And then, how do you see your operational plan and national system strengthening connecting to the technical side of the operation, and how do you synergically approach on the field in response to save lives? Do you feel that it's important, or do you feel that the DEX work, the communication, coordination, and collaboration is enough?
Well, I think you answered your own question, right? We see the consequence, and be that inaction or be that a lack of proper coordination, you see the consequence of that. In any case, what we can do is to learn from what happened and try to look for options on how to make it not ever happening again. Now, we can try our best, and definitely from the international organizations, I can say that we try our best. But there are multiple levels at the same time. We saw that complexity of the systems, and I think what you mentioned is a very good example because of all the levels and the different actors that come into play. In this case, we see that the intervention is a vaccine, right? But the complexity of the system, from the production to the deployment, it's a whole different discussion, and I think we can spend a whole week trying to unravel that and how it works. But I think you, as I mentioned at the beginning, I think you answered your own question. Is it enough? No, certainly no. Can we do better? Yes, always. So that's what I would say.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation, Hernan. I like it so much. In fact, preparedness is key, no doubt about that. However, there's another word that I believe that we are not using properly, which is anticipation, because we know already around the world which are the most important hotspots of potential emerging diseases. So just 4 years ago, at the starting of the COVID-19 pandemic, the World Organization for Animal Health more or less calculated the need approximately of 18 to 27 million dollars invested per year during 10 years in order to do this kind of anticipation work. And this was less than 1% of the cost of the pandemic. Taking into account the recent experience, is it still difficult to understand why we are not going to the origin, to anticipate, trying to stop at the very beginning? Because when you see those fires, we're already late in general terms. So how can we anticipate those problems from your point of view? Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that's a key question. The how can we do it? And I don't think there's going to be one actor capable of doing it. Is international community, is engagement at the country level, is engagement at the local level. How can we transfer, and we saw it this morning, how can we transfer an international plan of implementation to actual implementation on the ground? So this, I would say, is a chain of the discussions that we need to have. But you mentioned something, and I think we've been sort of throwing the term of we need to do prevention, upstream prevention of drivers for disease emergence. But in the end, I think we're falling into the same trap of what does it mean? How can we do it? And as you said it, I think we know where, we know some mechanisms, even if we are still not 100% sure of mechanisms, like we're still having some, like in some cases the risk goes up, in some cases the risk goes down, and you think that, well, that we were supposed to have higher risk. But it's another discussion. But in that sense, the engagement of multiple actors, having strong engagement at the international community, but also at the country level, on how we can engage and advocate for exactly what you said. Preparing and anticipating the risks is always, or is most of the time, is going to be cheaper than dealing with an emergency. Often we talk about an emergency, basically, if you would have prevented it, it's around between 1 to 5% of the cost of the actual emergency. We have our own data that is the same. So we always joke, but in a way, when we don't get emails, when we don't get calls, we're happy, because it means that we are not needed. We're the emergency management center. We don't want to be called. But when that happens, you know that it's going to be a huge need for not only financial resources, but resources in general. Because it's not just the emergency, it was also comes after. It's a reconstruction, it's a recovery. And how do you build, like I think lately we've been talking more and more about building back better. And that's also a key. Okay, we cannot deny the fact that we will have emergencies. We can be better prepared, certainly. Can we avoid a lot of this? I think so. But we need a strong commitment at multiple levels, and I think that's why we're here in the end. And the event today, it shows that commitment from international organizations to academia to individuals, that there's that commitment. And I think that's certainly a hope for something better in the future.
Do we have any more questions from the audience? If not, thank you, Dr. Reynolds, for that wonderful talk. So we're right on time for welcoming our next speaker, Ms. Alice Gilia-Brandt from German Society for International Cooperation. Her talk is entitled One Health in the Salva Maya Region, Politics of Not New Approach for Pandemic Prevention. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Alice.
Which one do I press? This one? Thank you so much for having me. And guys, you're just one presentation away from finally celebrating your graduation. So I promise I'll try to make this interesting, and I really hope that my presentation will inspire at least some of you to maybe view my company, as you can see up there, the German Development Cooperation, maybe as a potential future employer. And just briefly about the title, why is it a not new approach, One Health? Well, coming from the Salva Maya region, I must say that the indigenous communities really have believed in the interconnectedness between animal, environmental, and human health for centuries already. So I just feel like the credit to their belief and like knowledge is often overlooked. However, GIZ, there we go. Oh, first my overview. So structured. I will give you a brief introduction to German Development Cooperation, and then we will travel to the Salva Maya region, where I will explain briefly the context, and especially looking at the threats, of course, to biodiversity and well-being. And then we will look at a project that, in my opinion, in my humble opinion at least, managed to well, tackle this topic that we have talked about today so often of prevention in a good manner. I think we were we had an effect at least. Yeah, I mean, I will highlight how we managed to establish One Health at the policy level, which was not easy and is still ongoing, of course. We will just have a brief look at the importance of communication, especially in an area that has so many languages, because you have to remember that we have like about 40–50% of the population of the Salva Maya region is indigenous. Alone in Guatemala, they have 21 different Mayan languages. And then we will look at the biggest project that GIZ has in One Health. So here we go. So where do we work in German Development Cooperation? This morning during breakfast, I met somebody here that said, oh, I didn't know that GIZ is also working in One Health. I thought you were like drilling wells in the desert, which is also true. But in the meantime, we are also like covering so many various sectors with like 25,000 employees working in 120 countries. And not all of us are German. Actually, 70% of the staff in the countries, but also in headquarters in Germany, are like national, local staff, international, and you don't need to be able to speak German to work for us. And the mission basically is we are a service provider to partner ministries in our partner countries, and also to our line ministry, which is the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. And very easily said, the mission is to improve the living conditions. And always, of course, like our guiding principles are the Sustainable Development Goals that all of you know very well. Where is the Salva Maya? It's a wonderful region for vacation, to learn Spanish, and also to work in. As you can see, it's a transboundary region. The Salva Maya is the largest tropical forest shared by Guatemala, Mexico, and Belize. The green areas are the protected areas. So it's different categories of IUCN. We have national parks, natural reserves, and biosphere reserves. And the forest authorities who have the mandate basically to protect and manage all the flora and fauna that are found there are the three in the middle. It's the Belize Forest Department, CONAP, and CONAMP. And those were the main partners for our project in the Salva Maya. And up there is a little picture of the core management team, and it's a lot of pixel and you cannot really see the faces, but that doesn't matter. We move on to the threats to biodiversity and well-being. This is only a short list of the threats. It's many, many more. Of course, deforestation and fragmentation of habitats being the most ferocious one, basically. Forest fires are very prevalent. 95% of the forest fires are man-made, and not human-made, but literally man-made. Because it's to make room mainly in the forest for illegal cattle ranching. And this is a practice being done by so-called narcotraficantes and narcoganaderos. So it's, narcos who have kind of like the hobby of cattle ranching, because you can use cows as very effective mules to smuggle drugs across the borders that we have seen. And I have a question now. What do you think is this one strip in the second photo from the left. Anybody have a guess? Still thinking? Okay, it's a landing strip. It's an illegal landing strip for small drug planes because the forest is very thick, right? So it's actually a perfect opportunity to kind of like hide your drug smuggling infrastructure. Important for One Health is also the lack of access to information and health infrastructure. As I mentioned, there's many Mayan languages. And of course, the Salva Maya region, what we're talking about is a rural region, it's a poor region, it's where many rural communities do not speak Spanish. Sadly enough, all the information about, for instance, a pandemic or how to get vaccines is in Spanish. And when I was living there, we visited many times when we did field visits, the small village of Washaktun, and where we see this lady is living in that village. And when we asked her, she has like a couple of cows and pigs. When we asked her how she prevents them from getting ill, she said that she regularly adds the salsa inglesa, it's a barbecue sauce, to the drinking water, because she heard that it helps strengthen the immune system, it helps their cows and pigs to not get ill. And when we asked also if there have been any incidents of wildlife, maybe like bats or something affecting her cattle, and a connection to disease coming from wildlife, she said, no, wildlife is from nature, it's pure, they cannot be ill. There cannot be any disease in something that is from nature, that is wild. So yeah, that's the sad reality, and it's not to blame the community of Washaktun or this lady, it's just that there is absolutely no access to infrastructure and knowledge. And I mean that a village even, it has absolutely no internet coverage. It's super difficult to get there. So maybe when they're lucky, once in a year, there's one vet from the Wildlife Conservation Society that is so lucky to be like sent to Washaktun, and then he sits there for 2 to 3 months treating the animals, but then he goes back again. This is not sustainable infrastructure. And of course, very, very prevalent in the region, also the illegal wildlife trafficking. Parrots are very popular. Aha. Okay, this is moving. We will now look at the project components of the project that I worked for 2.5 years in the 3 countries. I've never seen this move. And this is a very classic structure of a GIZ project. So there's always like different components, and we've also seen that, I think, in previous presentations by FAO. So we combine policy work with evidence-based projects on the ground where we work with local NGOs. Since it's a regional program, we have to work on cooperation mechanisms. So for instance, we would have firefighters from Belize, Mexico, and Guatemala to work together because fires don't respect national borders, to work together and make like a fire reaction plan and have like joint shifts basically. That worked very well. And then we had One Health as like an extra component. We called it zoonosis reduction through environment protection, but in the end, like we realized that we're not very happy with this because the aim should not be just to reduce the risk of zoonosis, right? It should actually be to improve the well-being. So let's look at the One Health component, and here I put the word Kawilal. Kawilal is a word in the Mayan language Kekchi, and Kawilal means and has been meaning for centuries, I repeat, the holistic well-being. So really like it means the well-being of humans and their ecosystems, and everything is part of a bigger structure. What we did is we created an alliance. It's always good to tackle something as an alliance. We called it the Alianza One Health Salva Maya, and that was a big piece of work, but we finally made it. It took hours and hours of workshops and stakeholder consultations because we got 3 countries on board from 3 sectors,
from levels ranging from local communities, indigenous communities, academia, and research institutions, civil society. We also had some ecofeminist collectives, and then all the ministries, and getting all of them to work together to speak the same language. I think one of the previous presenters mentioned also we have maybe different understandings what it means to work on One Health or Una Salud. And here's an example of a very engaged politician. There's John Bowden from the Belize Forest Authority. We have here, I'm a big fan of her, Isabella Gonzalez. She's a medical anthropologist, and she actually focused all of her work on combining the different knowledges, the One Health knowledge from the Western kind of like knowledge spheres, and sciences with the indigenous knowledge. So if you want her contact or her papers, we have done like a great publication jointly with her. And you can see there on the bottom in the middle, that's Alejandro Morales. He works for a wildlife rescue center. And together with him, we have done some diagnosis of wildlife muestras. You know what I'm talking about. Blood samples, that's it. And then very like abstracted very easily, how do you get an approach to the policy level? Well, first, of course, you have to gather data and evidence, or at least review what data and evidence is there, and put it into like a nice publication in an easy language. This is what we did. You can see on the left-hand side. And then again, you go through many rounds of workshops and stakeholder consultations. You can see on the top, there's a workshop that I facilitated on applying a gender transformative approach to One Health, jointly with representatives from the 3 forest authorities. And as you can see, of course, only women participated, although there was one guy, and he was a photographer. At the bottom, there is a group photo that we are very, very proud of. It's what they managed to establish in Guatemala, at least, an intersectorial, interministerial One Health committee. What are they doing? They meet once a month to talk, but also they jointly work on the development of a national One Health policy. And we were very lucky. I don't know if you heard, but in Guatemala we have a new government. That's also always a thing with policy work. You work, and then the government changes and you have to start all over again with new people. But the new government of Guatemala is finally an ecological one. And the vice minister from the new Ministry of Health is very enthusiastic about the One Health approach and fully supports the institutionalization of the national One Health policy. Then we have to talk about enforcement and follow up, but yeah, that's the next level. And for the 3 countries, we have worked for many years on this integrated strategy for the Salva Maya 2030, where we developed a One Health related annex, kind of like an appendix, that is basically a set of arguments on why the One Health approach is strongly needed and very important to protect the Maya forest. And this is how we managed to kind of like place the argument of pandemic prevention at the policy level. We said, look, you have the largest, most beautiful tropical forest in Central America. It's in your interest to protect it. It's in your interest to protect the national animal, the jaguar, and all the biospheres and ecosystems that you have. If you protect it, then you have the very nice collateral, benefit, not damage, of also reducing the risk of zoonosis, of course. And so we managed to actually have a halt on habitat fragmentation for more cattle, and saw within the project cycle of only 12 years, started long before I started working there, an increase in forest coverage, which is positive. Like in every healthy relationship, communication is key. I sadly couldn't find a picture of the communication material that we published in the different Mayan languages, but it also exists. And what I saw for the first time in the GIZ project is that we also trained journalists and media people on the correct use of the term One Health, on the difference between zoonosis and zoonotic disease. Yeah, that was a very nice training. You can see the participants down there. And then we had the, usual variety of webinars and seminars and flyers and whatnot. If you want to work for GIZ, this is an excellent, huge global program. I say huge, I don't know how the colleagues from FAO see it, but in our perspective, a program with 50 million euros is huge, in 8 countries, and a very big, large team, transdisciplinary team of staff. Very chaotic to manage, but a lot of fun to work in. And you can see that in the different regions, we also have covering thematic areas that are all related to One Health. And last but not least, I want to highlight, of course, a tool, because we've been talking a lot about tools. So we have here on the left-hand side, you can see an infographic of the Smart for Health tool. I don't know if any of you know SMART. It's, I also have to write it down always, spatial monitoring and reporting tool, with the added component of for health, because it's for early detection of wildlife morbidity and mortality. So basically it's boots on the ground and eyes on the field. The park rangers take this tool, they have it on their phones or whatever thing they carry with themselves, and if they see a sick or dead animal, they report it. And it all comes together in a shared database. It sounds easy. It didn't work in Belize, it didn't work in Guatemala, but it did work to establish it in Mexico. And then we developed, using the method of the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC in the US, a prioritization of the most important diseases, I guess, zoonotic diseases in the Salva Maya, and also many sessions of workshops, and the result is an exhaustive list of 45 diseases, and also some action plans on how to tackle them. I myself am not a big fan of disease prioritization, because if you prioritize some diseases, then you neglect others. We had long discussions about this, and I'm also very happy to hear your opinions about this issue. But yeah, here it is. All the papers and publications that I have mentioned in my presentations, they are also available. So if you're interested in any of them, you can just approach me, and there's also my email address, and I can send them to you. Thank you so much for your attention.
Do we have any question for Ms. Alice from the audience? Okay, we have one there.
Hello? Thanks very much for the talk. It was very, very interesting. This work seems like something I'd really want to do too. So STPH actually did a project recently in the Guatemala Mayan region, and I wanted to work on that project actually, but didn't manage to. And it was really interesting because, for instance, I mean, it's important that we acknowledge that indigenous knowledge is good, and there is that spiritual dimension to One Health that is never actually mentioned in the environmental, the animal, and the human, and there's also that spiritual. So it was interesting that these people in the Mayan region, through that project, they realized that actually they wanted to do their traditional healing ceremonies and then choose to go to their doctors afterwards. So kind of finding that way to marry both disciplines, and really acknowledge that it's not
like BS. You know, they also know a lot about they're experts in soil regeneration or whatever, and we have to make sure that we including them in these workshops, which I'm sure you also do. Yeah, it was just a little note. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I couldn't agree more.
Yes, my question is, what was the prevalence of zoonotic diseases in, for example, in the animals of the lady? There was a high prevalence of zoonotic diseases, and of zoonotic diseases coming from, or did they come also from outside, or did they come from the animals in the jungle?
So I kind of anticipated this question, so I made a list on one of my smart little cards here. Aha. Okay. So the diseases that were mentioned as like most prevalent in the region and made it to the top 5 of this like prioritization method list is rabies, leptospirosis, brucellosis, Lyme disease, and leishmaniasis. That answers the question.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the raw milk cheese should not be eaten from that region. Absolutely not.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have any further questions? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Alice, for that wonderful talk. Now, following the session, this year we are thrilled to bring back the roundtable, the IDOH roundtable. But instead of students, we are shining the spotlight on the real masterminds of the program, so the coordinators themselves. There's a little bit of twist here because I won't be calling up names specifically. So I would like to have the brave coordinators on the stage here. Don't be afraid, we have plenty of chairs to pull in, so please, let's welcome all the coordinators that make this master's program possible for all of us. Yeah. Okay, we have some people already there. Thank you. So we have shared like a Google form online to our previous IDOH alumni students who have shared their questions to the coordinators. So we're just gonna ask them straight to them. Okay. Are we expecting more? Okay, so Pat.
Okay. So, yeah, from the roundtable questions that were fielded, we've got, how do you see courses such as IDOH being future ready, i.e. paving the way for a world into artificial intelligence and the like? Well, a running theme of the whole of today, really. A real softball, that one.
We're too old to answer that, of course. At least comprehensively. No, I think we really have to implement this at some point. I wouldn't really try to put it in every module that there is, but there are certainly some that we also want to implement in the next round. For example, I have one contact to a new One Health Institute in Germany, and there, for example, they are doing metagenomic sampling of environmental DNA. So they're going into the jungle and they say, for example, that flies harbor most of the highest variation of DNA sequences because they eat leaves, they eat other insects and so forth. So by that, you can actually sample also pathogenic DNA synapses. But this is, of course, a vast amount of data. And I think without AI, you cannot analyze that because it's terabytes of data, sequencing data. So I don't know how far they are, but this is something, to my mind, when you do analyses like that, and then the students also in parallel learn to use these tools to analyze such big data, I think then it makes sense, and then we should go for it.
Yeah, just, I don't know if it works. Might just have to try it out.
I guess now, yeah. Well, I believe that artificial intelligence is here to stay, so we cannot hidden such a situation. So I believe that it will be needed to incorporate to a certain degree into the program or the future IDO. The point here is where to be implemented, because at the very end, of course, you can have a particular session on artificial intelligence applied to One Health, and in fact today we had a really nice example, for example, this morning. So I'm pretty sure that this can be applied at multiple levels. The point here is how to make the corresponding drawing within the whole program, because as you know, this is a very complex master's degree in the sense that there's lots of people involved from many countries. So from this point of view, it's important as well to have a good coordination in order to avoid overlappings. However, anyway, artificial intelligence must be implemented, not just in the terms of teaching, but even for yourself. Artificial intelligence tools are available on a daily basis already. However, I would like to remind that the natural intelligence is also very important, so do not forget that it's important.
On a lighter note, so we would like to ask our coordinators what were the most exciting and interesting stories within this whole program that we were coordinating. So maybe Ms. Stephanie, would you like to go first?
It's a complicated question actually, because we had a lot of exciting events. Perhaps it was the first intake coming, because I mean, you already see your dream become reality, because at the beginning you just have a good idea. I mean, you hope it's a good idea, and you are doing everything you can do, and once you have all the students in front of you, it was very, very great. And perhaps the second event I could think about is that we have been able to maintain the IDO program even with the pandemic. And it was quite challenging, but I think that finally we succeeded in a way, so yeah.
So I remember with the second intake, so during our first intake in Hannover, we made the connection to the Isle of Reims in the very far northeast of Germany, where they work on many different dangerous animal diseases. And in the second year or second intake, we did an excursion to that place. And it was in December, and it was -5 degrees and 10 centimeters of snow. And before we left, I told everyone, you put on everything you have. And then 5 people showed up with sneakers. I was like, what? And so we went out there, and they had to take samples from half wildlife ducks. So a swab from a duck in the water in the Baltic Sea at -5 degrees. So this was really something. And it was a fun day for everyone and a remarkable experience. So that's from my perspective.
Some of them survived.
Yeah.
Well, in my case, I must confess that I'm much more a kind of administrative coordinator of the IDO Plus in Spain, and Laila Darwich and Chiara Seminati would be the ones that have very real personal experience with all of you and all the cohorts. However, I have been participating quite actively on the selection process. And for example, during the interviews, it was always a very interesting question, which was, what do you know about the countries you eventually will be taught? Means Germany, France, and Spain. And at the time of Spain, I expected something, for example, technology or something like that, but never appeared something like that. Always it was bullfighting and football. Everybody knew Leo Messi and some other players, but almost never they reflect something related with the, let's say, technological capabilities of the country or something like that. I hope that after staying in Spain, you have changed a little bit, at least your mind.
Okay, so maybe I lied about them all being easy questions, but what motivated you to take on the role as IDO coordinators?
So I was coordinating with other colleagues the local master degree, and I'm happy to see some of the students here now. And we wanted to open the master degree to more international students. So we say, okay, if we really want to open to international students, we will need funding. And what is the best source of funding for international students? It's the Erasmus Plus Action. And so finally, we went there. And even if I was quite afraid at the beginning, because it's like it's a big challenge to start this kind of program. Finally, I'm really happy, and I'm really happy to what I've learned from the students, the multiculturality that I've discovered. I don't know, they are holding the goal now, but you will not see all the beautiful dresses they had from all the country. But I mean, it was so great to see students who have never met before, and finally how could they become very tightly knit together. So yeah, it was very great. So even if it was scary, finally I'm happy.
For me, it was really to establish a new modules, a new master at Hannover Medical School, because we had some life science masters, and to my observation, I was also doing some teaching, and this was all very much scheduled, like high school, not very much freedom or not very much variety in the institutes that are participating. And IDO opened up the possibility to do to invite people from Berlin to do a mobile lab, to go to this Isle of Reims, to involve the veterinary school to get them closer to us, to really improve One Health, and also to do some genomic stuff to to teach the students human medicine and molecular biology, but to set up that in a new frame, I think that was the motivation for me.
In my case, it was completely different, because the very first IDO program, it was Natalia Majot, one of my colleagues, who was the coordinator at that time. However, by 2019, she was appointed as the director of a research center, the Research Center for Animal Health. So then I'm entering into the scenario, but let me explain a very bad joke in Spanish, which is two guys that find each other, and one say, "Oh, do you know that John died? Oh, because of what? Oh, because of cataracts. Oh, it was under surgery. No, it was pushed away." So it happened the same to me. So I was in the cataracts, and Natalia came here to my office and said, "Kim, you should be the coordinator of IDO." You come on, Natalia. I'm so busy. I cannot do that. Oh, you will do very nicely. Don't worry. And here I am.
And you did.
Okay, following up on that. Of course, the students have learned a lot from this master's program and from the coordinators, but to switch the role, what is that one thing that you have learned from the IDO students or the IDO experience?
I think it's the strength to be far away from home and relative, because I'm already very impressed to see quite young people, usually, leaving everything behind them, and to be sure that it will be a great experience. So yeah, I'm really always very impressed.
I learned so much about many different cultures, and I was extremely astonished by the motivation that the students show to learn new things, because they, of course, come from a very different backgrounds, also from different knowledge backgrounds and technical abilities, but they were all eager to learn, and I hope they learned a lot during the master, and this was really something for me that I learned.
Yeah, I would agree with both Stephanie and Jens. However, one of the things that to me is one of the best things is to see people from all around the world, that they are stay together, they feel like friends, they act as friends, and this is something that it's the most important added value that they will give for us. But for us, as coordinators, this is one thing that we will really help us learning even more and being more willingness to keep on going with this kind of master.
So another question that came up from the group was, when picking students for the IDO intakes, what carries more sway, the academics or the interpersonal skills and the like that the students demonstrate before coming into the cohort?
Before the application?
During the application process.
Well, I believe that both things are important because at the very end, when you have to go into a selection process, of course, at the very end, the academic degrees and the previous knowledge that you may have and the background that you may have is important. However, you might have excellent, let's say, titles. However, during the interview is very clear who is dominating the subject, who is really willing to be there, etc. So I believe the interview is a compulsory part for trying to select the best people for staying here. So from this point of view, I believe that the interpersonal skills are really important because at the very end, those people will leave their country, their family, etc., and their friends, and will be challenged continuously in different countries because it's not the same to stay in Spain, in France, or Germany. So from this point of view, I believe both things are really, really important.
I can only agree that we look at our list that we have after the written assessment, and then during the interviews this changes a lot because exactly to the reasons that Kim just mentioned.
Yeah, I do think that it's important to have a good scientific background, but yes, motivation is really the key. So it's really important for us, I mean, to, even if that's 15, 20 minutes during the interview, but we have like a good feeling of the commitment of the student, and also it's a way for us to check that they have fully understood what they will learn and if it's really the master degree they would like to do. So yeah, it's very important.
Thank you for that. I think this would be our last question for our coordinators. What is that one message that you would like to give the one that is graduating and also the following cohorts that's coming? Yeah, advice, message, or note.
Always work together.
Don't be afraid of the cold and grey Hanover, it's going to be great.
And enjoy life. So if you have chosen this opportunity, try to enjoy as much as possible.
Thank you, our lovely coordinators, for being so brave and coming to the stage. Thank you so much. With that, I think we're ready for, first thing first, I need to hand over the mic to Dr. Stephanie for the closing remarks, and then we can proceed to the graduation. I think we are already ready and warming up there. So yeah, congratulations, guys. And thank you.
Okay, so is it working? Yeah. So we are almost at the end of the third IDOH day, and I'm sure we've learned a lot today. And I would like to warmly thank all the speakers for the inspiring presentation. And I hope you took the opportunity to network a lot. As I said earlier, I'm happy that the student from the local master degree on infectious disease, immunology, and biomedicine attended today. I hope that everyone who took part, whether online or on site, enjoys the day. I would also like to thank the alumni and students from the IDOH program who organized this day. I know that some of them are quite very busy with the end of their PhD, so I'm really grateful for their availability. They were coached and supported by Frédéric Tersac, the local coordinator, administrative coordinator here in Tours, and Aurélia Hiron, who has, will be running the IDOH program after 2025. We have been welcomed to one of the many sites of the University of Tours, the Tanner site, and I would like to thank the two deans of the Faculty of Arts and Humanities and Literature and Languages for the room and all the space we have, because it was very convenient to be in the city center. I would also like to extend my warmest thanks to Jean-Philippe Le Tourneur teams for their invaluable technical support. Nothing would have been possible without their help, so thank you very much. And of course, as we said earlier, talking about economics and funding, nothing would be possible without any funding. So I'm very grateful to the European Commission for supporting the master program, so the Erasmus Plus action since 2016. This financial support has enabled us to welcome students from a wide range of geographical background, and particularly students from low and middle income countries, for whom studying in Europe is an incredible life-changing opportunity. And of course, I would also like to thank the University of Tours, the INRAE, so the French National Research Institute for Agriculture, Food and Environment, and the Lal-Val Health project for the financial support. This is the first time since 2017 that we will not be welcoming any new IDOH student. However, I hope that we will be able to welcome a new cohort next year. We will work hard to obtain further support from the European Commission, and I wish the program every success, and I look forward to seeing you at the 4th edition of the IDOH Day next year. I hope we will find students to organize the day. I won't take too long because they are ready, and I know that some students are a little bit impatient for the graduation ceremony to begin. So I will now need the help of the other coordinators from Barcelona, Hanover, and Tours, if Denis wants to join, for this diploma ceremony. So please come on stage. So before I call the students up on stage, I'm going to give you a little information about this 6th cohort. So there were 29 students coming from 16 different countries and quite all the continent. They spent 2 years together, moving from their own country to Tours, then to Barcelona, and finally to Hanover, and did the internship worldwide. I hope they enjoy their journey in Europe, but also in science about infectious disease and One Health. I would like to congratulate them on surviving this long journey, and I wish them all the best for their future. So guys, you are ready? So please, guys, watch your step on my left, because I don't want to have any broken leg, okay? So I will not follow any alphabetical order, so please just get ready. Okay, so the first one will be Daniela from Colombia. She stays in Germany at the Hanover Veterinary School, and for master's thesis she worked on ecotyping of Anaplasma phagocytophilum from ticks in a part of Germany. You can come, Daniela. Congratulations, Daniela. The second one. So Megan from the US, like Juliette you've heard earlier, was interested in both ethics and One Health. So she spent her time between Hanover and the north of Germany at the Friedrich-Loeffler Institute and compare politics implemented in Europe or in the US for controlling African swine fever and highly pathogenic influenza viruses. Oh, I should have moved my slide, sorry. Congratulations. So perhaps you are wondering what is it in the green folder. So there, inside they could find a false diploma just for them to wait until to get the good one. And then some transcript from the MRR, some certificate for the biosafety module they had, and also shows the certificate of achievement that they could use as a diploma during the long time we will need to get all the signature process to be done. Okay, so now I've explained. Let's go to Bangladesh with Tausif. He worked at the Bernard Noch Institute for Tropical Medicine in Germany, and he has designed a new mobile laboratory to improve the health of refugees in Bangladesh, Mali, and Romania. And Tausif will join a medical device company in Germany. So, since he's a very gallant man, he let Charushila come in first. So let me introduce you Charushila from Bangladesh. She worked on the evaluation of a stress granule protein, as you heard this morning, as a host factor on onion virus. And I'm sure you enjoy your presentation this morning. And I'm happy that she will come back to France for a PhD. So once again, two students from the same country. So Silvia from Spain has been exploring the psoriasis microbiome in Berlin. And to what I've heard yesterday, she will be staying in Germany for a while. And the second Spanish student who will stay in Germany too is Pablo, who reviewed the literature about neurotropic virus as the West Nile virus and rabies in the One Health concept. So come together. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you. Bravo.
So Srihari from India was willing to work on structural biology, which is a part of the biology I really don't like. But he did it in the UK, so congratulations to you. And he was working on structural characterization of the influenza polymerase. And he will start a PhD still on the same structural biology, so good luck to him. So once again, two students from the same country. So unfortunately, one was not able to come today, and really miss him. And I know he's online, so hi, Honnet. And during his internship, he preferred to go back to Spain. I don't know if that's because of the weather in Germany, I don't know. And he worked at the UAB on global trend of IMR genes in E. coli from wild animal using genome available in public database. And the other Ethiopian girl, Mihret, joined the FLI in Germany and tried to detect orthoneurovirus antibodies in ruminants using novel candidates for a master thesis. So when she will have removed the gown, you will see the beautiful dress from Ethiopia. From Pakistan, we have two young women. So Samara, she did a master thesis at the TO, so the vet school in Hanover, on the development of a rule-based simulation model to investigate the impact of B-cell responses on influenza virus evolution. Okay, so she's waiting for a colleague, Asma. who characterized adeno-associated virus capsid variants for in vivo B-cell transduction. And since she enjoyed that very much, she will keep on working on this topic for a PhD. Congratulations. Congratulations. Did I do? Yeah. Where is it? Yeah. We have also, once again, two women this time from Indonesia. So firstly, Audriana, who did an extensive review on international antimicrobial resistance framework at the Heidelberg Institute of Global Health, and Camilla, who spent 6 months in the UK at the Rosling Institute investigating the genome rearrangement patterns in several pathogenic bacteria. So please come on the stage. Congratulations. Okay, so let's move from Asia to South America, and with Estefania. After a semester in Hanover, she went back to the UAB, and she went back to the UAB for conducting a seroepidemiological study on Crimea Congo virus in horses from Catalonia. So I hope we will have enough space on my left. So I've just seen our students come from everywhere in the world, and Hélène joined us from Eritrea. I should change my slide. And she spent a master thesis assessing known and novel virus sites in the Caspian Sea to endangered population of Caspian seals. So please, Hélène. Congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. So the next one will be Elore. He tackles climate change between Nigeria and Germany to do his traineeship at the Friedrich Laufer Institute in Jena. And he implemented a bioinformatics pipeline for the analysis of whole genome sequences from mycobacterium species. And I should add that I've just learned that he got a PhD position. Some very congratulations to you. Congratulations. So we will stay in the same continent by going to the north, and I'm happy to welcome Fatna from Egypt. She joined the Twin Core Center to study the adaptation of SARS-CoV-2 neutralizing monoclonal antibodies to immune escape variants. Okay. So now we will go to Europe, and I'm happy to welcome Stan from the Netherlands. He did his master thesis not in one, not in two, but in 3 different countries. So he's really a globetrotter. And he worked on a surveillance of enteroviruses in Europe, and especially echovirus 11.
Thank you.
So now Eduardo from Brazil, he went to Italy and he investigated the low prevalence of optimal health-related quality of life in real-world data among people with HIV.
Oi mãe, oi pai.
So Jane, perhaps have you heard this morning, she's a dual citizen of France and the UK. For us, it's one of the few French students we had during these 6 intakes. And as you heard this morning, she had the opportunity to practice her French by training health professionals in Côte d'Ivoire to implement the Block Rabies app for fighting rabies. So please come on stage. And the last but not the least, Manita from Nepal. She's another student spending her traineeship at the TIHOS, the vet school in Hanover, and she investigated the zoonotic origin of human metapneumoviruses. So please come on.
Thank you. Thank you.
So once again, congratulations to all of you. And perhaps that for the picture, you can move on the other side, like that you will be beyond the screen. Jens, do not run outside. Okay, so perhaps you can come, and some could go downstairs. Because I don't think we will have enough room for 21 students in this small piece of. Okay, so as usual, the smaller in front and the taller back. Or the smaller could be on the on the stairs. Okay, so take the picture of them with the hat. celebrate them. If you're ready, at 3, 1, 2, 3. So we're happy to invite you outside for a drink to celebrate them.